Uh, with this, I would like to, for our guest official, pour encore une fois, clap your hand for them. Et avec ça, I will call our first official guest, Madame Joy Zend, to give her remarks.
Hello? Can you hear me? I use this one. Okay, fine. Wow. What a day. Beautiful women. Yes. First of all, congratulate yourself. Give yourself a big hand clap. Yes, you represent Africa women in business, in whatever business you're doing, and you look amazing. And the products, thank you for bringing your products. Next time, all the others bring your product, put on the table is very important. So thank you so much for being here. As you can hear, I'm a very vibrant woman, and my name is Joy Zend, the founder of Africa Women in Trade. I live in Germany, and we are over, sorry, is that okay? This one? Okay, I've been told to use this one. So yeah, yes, being a first guest, I have to test the technicality here. And I'm happy to be joined with very great gentlemen. As you can see, we still have a lot of work to do on the stage. And I'm happy to represent women. And that's why I really was pushing for this agenda for us to come. I know we're in Rwanda, and I'm so happy we met here in Rwanda. It's a discussion I've been having in Germany. And just to go straight to my speech today, because it's a very important one. Today I stand here as a African diaspora living in Germany to discuss a topic of ultimate importance that has the power to shape the future of Africa, especially the intellectual property. I always want to tell a story. When I virtually met Judy, who is actually there, wave your hand, there she is. And during the Africa Women in Trade, as you know, we are very digital, and I think trade has to do with the digital. And living in Germany and connecting with 4,000 women in the continent has been such an amazing work during COVID, and I've encouraged them to really come in together. So the story was, I met Judy, and she has this beautiful leather bag, and I was supposed to show you, but I'll show you later. She has very beautiful leather bags, and I was supposed to help her market her brand. And the issue was that when I tried to think of taking that product to Germany. We need to have this product protected. And she's from Kenya, and I started doing my research, because that's what we do as African women in trade. We find the problems from the women, and we solve the issues. So I told her it's my mission to go out there and find a solution for you, because you're not the only one. And I'm happy today, we've managed to be here, and she can tell you the story when you meet her, how the journey is. And the women, I'm very happy to have them here, because she's representing one of them. So intellectual property rights are the cornerstone of innovation, creativity, economical growth. They protect the valuable ideas, innovation, and artisan expression that fuels progress and contribution to the development of societies worldwide. Africa with its rich cultural heritage and untapped potential, stand up to harness the power of intellectual property for its own benefit and the betterment of its people. Africa is a continent of immense diversity, encompassing a wealth of traditional knowledge, unique artist expression, and groundbreaking innovations. From the ancient wisdom passed down through generations to the vibrant contemporary art scene, African intellectual contributions are undeniable. However, to fully unlock the potential of these intellectual assets, we must foster an environment that recognizes, respects, and protects intellectual property rights. In the recent year, African nation has made a great stride in strengthening their intellectual property framework. Governments have recognized the need of comprehensive legal system that safeguard intellectual property, encourage innovation, and attract investment. This progress is commendable, but there is still much work to be done. One critical aspect of intellectual property is the protection of traditional knowledge of the cultural expression. Africa is a home of myriad of indigenous communities with unique cultural practice, traditional medicine, and customary laws. These individuals' assets must be respected and protected through appropriate legal mechanisms. By recognizing the intellectual property rights of indigenous communities, we empower them to preserve the share of the knowledge, ensure its community on future generations. Moreover, a robust intellectual property system is a vital for fostering innovation and technology advances. Africa is expressing a surge in entrepreneurial spirit with startups and innovators emerging across the continent. However, without adequate intellectual property protection, these bright minds face significant challenges. The fear of idea theft or lack of access to funding hampers their ability to flourish and bring their innovation to market. We must create an environment where innovators feel confident that their ideas are protected, enable them to attract investment, scale their ventures, and drive economical growth. To achieve this, it is essential to invest in education and awareness programs and intellectual property like today, with innovators and creators in Africa are aware of the rights they possess or the mechanisms available to protect their intellectual assets. By equipping them with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate the intellectual property landscape, we empower them to protect and monetize their creativity effectively. Future collaboration and partnership among African nations are key to building a robust intellectual property ecosystem by sharing best practices, harmonizing legal frameworks, and establishing a legal intellectual property offers. We can create a unified approach to intellectual property protection across the continent. This cooperation will not only enforce the effectiveness of the intellectual property, but also foster cross-border innovation, trade, and cultural exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, the potential of Africa's intellectual asset is limitless, but embracing intellectual property rights, Africa can unlock economical growth, create jobs, harness innovation for the benefit of its people. As we look for the future, let us work together to build a continent where intellectual property is respected, protected, and celebrated. I call upon governments, policymakers, business, academia, and civil society to join hands and connect to the development of robust intellectual property system in Africa. Let us invest in education, empower innovators, and protect the rich culture heritage that make Africa unique. Together we can create an environment that nurtures creativity towards innovation and ensures a prosperous future for all. I'm looking forward to great discussion throughout this program and networking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Joy. I think you can clap your hand again for Madam Joy. Definitely, I think women can make a change. Just looking the energy you have, I think African women can do more and more in building the IP system in Africa. With that, I'm going to ask our second speaker, is the Director General of Trial and Appeal Department in Japan, Mr. Futoshi, to come and give his remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. I'm Yasuda Futoshi from Japan Patent Office, or JPO. I would like to say a few words on behalf of my organization. Firstly, I thank WIPO, Agribusiness, OAP, the government of the Republic of Rwanda, the African Union Commission, and all other concerned individuals and organizations for your efforts in organizing this conference. I am very pleased that this great conference is being held, and that it is inviting professional female leaders in agribusiness from many sub-Saharan African countries. The African Union's long-term vision, Agenda 2063, works to realize the power held by women and youth, which will lead Africa toward prosperity. At the TICAD 8 conference held in August 2022 in Tunisia, it was said that startups and private companies, including those led by youth and women entrepreneurs, are playing a transformative role as an emerging driving force toward resolving social challenges in Africa. Agribusiness is another theme of this conference, in addition to women entrepreneurship. TICAD 8 issued a declaration to contribute toward investment in agriculture infrastructure, as well as to support resilient and sustainable agriculture, food system, and value chains in order to tackle global food crisis. Transformation is expected within the agriculture sector by adding value to agricultural products and reducing post-harvest loss and food waste. Innovation is crucial to such significant transformation, and harnessing the strengths of diversity is the key to promoting innovation. I believe that African women have the power to introduce new systems to currently existing agribusiness through their own ingenuity and unique perspectives, which will in turn have a sustainable impact upon society. And intellectual property plays a very important role in this regard. This conference will introduce the significance of intellectual property and its role in business growth. It will also give a practical explanation on trademark, designs, and patents. In addition, several sessions are available for female agribusiness entrepreneurs to share their own experiences with participants. From Japan, female entrepreneur Mr. Yuriko Kato, who has created a system of value cooperation between producers and buyers in agricultural product distribution, will present her valuable experience online during session 5 this afternoon. I sincerely expect that this conference will contribute to the creation of a competitive agribusiness by African female entrepreneurs and consequently to sustainable growth in Africa. Since 1987, the government of Japan has been making voluntary contribution to WIPO in the form of the Fund Interest Japan in Industrial Property Global. This fund aims to contribute to the system development of industrial property rights in developing countries and regions, and as such, is providing financial support for this conference. While making good use of this fund, WIPO and the JPO have helped to strengthen the IP foundation in Africa through various cooperative initiatives. These including human resource development programs such as a university master's degree in intellectual property. The JPO continued to provide active support for Africa in the area of IP in order to contribute toward further African development. Lastly, I hope that this conference will bring a fruitful result to all participants. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Futoshi. Thank you very much. We appreciate the kind word you say. And I think the Japan is a good friend of African country, supporting a lot of different African country. And mostly, I think IP can also be an area where Japan can also invest, supporting not necessarily women, but also different category of people in Africa. With this, I thank you for that. Our next guest is our DG of WIPO, covering also Rwanda, because Rwanda, I said before, Rwanda is the member state of WIPO. I would like to invite Mr. Bemanya, the DG of WIPO, to give his remark. Thank you.
Please allow me, first of all, to agree with Ms. Joyce Zenz. The picture we see up there is not the best, and it must change. And it will take women like you to change that picture. Because, yes, we must change. We are talking about women in agribusiness. It shouldn't be lip service. We must demonstrate that if we are going to change, then it must change. So this is the last picture you are going to see me in. The next picture will be, I assure you the next picture will be very, very meaningful. But also to let you know that as DJ, I love working with women. I used to say that I love women, then people, a tabloid misinterpreted my message. So I love working with women. I've been privileged to work with women. Some of them are here, extremely transformative women. I think, allow me even to deviate from the protocol. Loretta, please stand up. I saw, please appreciate Loretta. She's been a transformation. Yes, she's doing wonderful work. Recently, I was in Cape Verde and I met Professor. Where is Professor? Professor? Huh? She's moved out. No, in Cape Verde. Yes, Dr. Dosso also was coming. Dr. Dosso visited us in Harare. From the time you went, people are asking me, when is Dr. Dosso coming again? Thank you very much for the wonderful work you're doing. Recently, I discovered a person. You remember people would come and say, we've discovered this river when we actually were even. I discovered Mrs. Morena. Please stand up. Mrs. Morena, you'll hear her. So when I tell you that I love working with women, it's not just because I'm just giving a few examples. They are transformative for women. So thank you very much for the wonderful work you're doing. We look forward to an fruitful engagement where we change the terrain. So, the Director of Ceremonies, and the PS will be joining us. PS is the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resource Development, Republic of Rwanda, Dr. Olivia Kamana. Mr. Mark Serekode, we also celebrate you because you support women. I know that you support women. Mark Serekode, we are happy to have you here. Mr. Uwaru Panwara, Deputy Director General of the African Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. Mr. Futoshi Yasuda, Director General, Trial and Appeal Department, Japan Patent Office. Ms. Joy Zenz, Chief Executive Officer, African Women in Trade. When she was coming up there was a sense of excitement. So during break, I'll find out so that we can have those engagements. Mrs. Ron Osman, Head of Industry, Innovation and Minerals Division, African Union. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me and honor on behalf of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, and indeed on my own behalf, to address this important gathering marking the Regional Conference on Intellectual Property for Women in Agribusiness. For that reason, we are gathered here in this scenic Kigali, and I say that with the emphasis. Thank you very much, Rwanda, government of Rwanda, for allowing to host us here. And the environment usually will determine the outcomes. So being in Kigali, I'm already about to celebrate the results that we are going to get from this meeting, because the environment is extremely good. I need to convey special recognition to the partners of the WIPO, ARIPO, or WAPI tripartite agreement, also known as WAO, under which this conference has been organized. My sincere appreciation to the Director General of WIPO, Mr. Darren Tang, for the unwavering support extended to Africa for the development of intellectual property. We also work tirelessly with the Director General of OWAPI within the WAO framework to ensure that the tripartite agreement achieves its intended goals. WAO partners have been steadfast about collaborating towards the realization of the African Union's Agenda 2063 through the outcomes of the WAO projects as conceived at the Conference on Innovation, IP, Value Addition for Business Competitiveness in Africa, which took place in 2019. I want to give this context that what we are doing now was born in 2019, but where are the results for this, what we need to see and hold ourselves accountable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, women play a vital role in agriculture, and their contribution to the industry cannot be overstated. They make 50% of the agricultural workforce in Africa. You will agree with me that women are more likely than men to be engaged in subsistence farming, which is the backbone of food security in African context. This is backed by the statistics from the African Development Bank, showing that women in Africa produce up to 80% of the continent's food, even though they receive only 10% of available agricultural extension services. The men in this room, please clap for the women, 80%. And yet 10% is available to them in extension services. Moreover, women face unique challenges that often hinder their ability to fully participate in agribusiness. Lack of access to land, access to markets, finance, and technology. They remain on the fringes of the ecosystem and its value chains. In this regard, this conference presents an opportunity for women-led agribusiness to expand their markets, increase their competitiveness, and promote innovation through various intellectual property pathways. Earlier on, again, I was discussing with some women that it is important when we come here and we meet women, beautiful women, elegant women, very blessed, we feel nice about it. But as in my role as Director General at WIPO, we need to go beyond feeling nice, but focus on results and commitments. I hope when we are here, we're going to make commitments with each other to change the pathways that we are on. So it's extremely important that even as we engage, we focus on what are we going to change in this. So the conference provides a platform for us to engage in fruitful discussions on the role of intellectual property in promoting women participation and innovation in agribusiness. We will explore various ways to enhance the competitiveness and support women, and I'm confident that the discussions and insights shared will not only deepen our understanding and importance of intellectual property in agribusiness, but also provide practical solutions to the challenges faced by women in the sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to appreciate all the efforts being made by our collaborating partners, JPO, WIPO, African Union, all in our midst today towards ensuring that Africa's critical discussion in addressing issues related to empowerment of women within the broader discipline of agribusiness are addressed. Allow me this opportunity to extend special thanks to you, the participants. This conference wouldn't have happened at a better time. This year, the whole world is celebrating not only the exploits and heroics of women, but also their potential. I hope you are aware that we've been celebrating you women. Sometimes, even when we celebrate, you are now not aware that we are celebrating. But this whole year is committed to celebrating you, if you didn't know. I would therefore like to say that the world is set to make meaningful changes, and we should be able to embrace this one. It would be remiss not to express our sincere gratitude to the Director General of WIPO, once again, Mr. David Tak, the Commissioner of the Japan Patent Office for their consistent support of the various IP-related interventions in Africa. The government of the Republic of Rwanda, whose leadership by example has thrust it ahead of the whole world in the inclusivity of women, could also not have been a better host for this event. We will continue to applaud them and learn important lessons from them. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I affirm WIPO's commitment to the equal participation of women in all spheres of life, and through this engagement, we anticipate objective feedback from the women regarding how we can make future interventions more rewarding and meaningful. At the end of this workshop, like I said, we need to make commitments, and you can count on me to support you, the women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG Bemanya. I like the way you introduce your remarks by saying that you like to work with women. I think also it's a good introduction, because also you conclude by saying that also Rwanda is leading by working with women. Many leaders in Rwanda are women, and they are doing well. Definitely, I think in all sectors, women can perform. With this, I call Mr. Aulu Panula, the Deputy Director General of OAPI. OAPI is, as I said before, OAPI is another organization dealing with IP in the French-speaking country. But we are all African together building the IP system in Africa. Mr. DG Aulo, Penala, please come and give your remarks. Pouvez-vous venir? Nous vous invitons. But just a few communication before the remarks. If you can allow the permanent secretary to stay and ask it's fine, we can continue. Please.
Good morning, everybody. It's okay?
Yeah.
Good morning. Bonjour, tout le monde. I would like to do my speech in English, but I wrote it in French. So you're going to listen French this morning. J'aurais bien voulu faire mon speech en anglais comme j'ai vu tout à l'heure les autres le faire, mais permettez-moi, puisque je l'ai fait en français, alors vous allez devoir écouter un peu de français ce matin.
Ce pays qui, j'y étais, et cette fois-ci, et je voudrais rendre hommage aux autorités de ce pays. En rendant hommage aux autorités, je voudrais demander that you deserve it and your support is very crucial for us. And thank you very much for it. Monsieur le directeur général adjoint de l'OAPI, vous êtes en plein baptême de feu parce que vous prenez fonction tout récemment. C'est peut-être la première fois que vous vous confrontez à tant de dames. N'ayez pas peur, c'est juste le charme. C'est juste le charme, sinon elles ne sont pas méchantes. Donc, affrontez-les et puis soyez gentils avec elles, seront gentils avec vous. Joy, thank you very much. I think that I don't know what to say because you are the one who were pushing WIPO to have this meeting, and it's there. You're there, and the meeting is there. I will say that your dream comes true, so enjoy it. Thank you. Chers sœurs et frères, vous êtes là. C'est un honneur pour nous parce que nous sommes venus pour mettre en œuvre le programme du directeur général. Et dans son programme de moyen terme, le DG insiste sur emporter la propriété intellectuelle, enseigner la propriété intellectuelle, et il a cité 3 groupes de personnes. Il a parlé des petites et moyennes entreprises, il a insisté sur les femmes et il a insisté sur la jeunesse. Et c'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Cette réunion est la 3e réunion que nous organisons avec le soutien du Japon. Il y a eu la réunion des petites et moyennes entreprises avec la CEDEAO. Il y a eu la réunion avec les jeunes sur les start-up pour l'Afrique de l'Est. Et puis, il y a cette réunion pour les femmes qui devrait avoir lieu l'année dernière, mais qui, parce que Loretta a été occupée, a été rapportée pour cette année. Je parle de Loretta pour lui rendre tous les hommages de cette réunion. C'est elle qui a coordonné tout et je pense que je voudrais que vous lui rendiez hommage parce qu'elle a fait beaucoup pour cette réunion. Je vais juste parler un peu de l'OMPI. Je vais vous dire pourquoi. Je me suis rendu compte dans la préparation, ou nous sommes rendus compte dans la préparation que beaucoup d'entre vous, chères sœurs, vous ne connaissez pas l'OMPI. Et j'ai eu une expérience très désagréable parce qu'il y a une dame qui m'a demandé c'est quoi l'OMPI, vous êtes où, vous êtes basé où et tout. Donc l'OMPI, c'est l'Organisation mondiale de la propriété intellectuelle. En 1974, il a été par les Nations Unies désigné comme l'organisation chargée de promouvoir la propriété intellectuelle dans le monde. Nous sommes basés pour la plupart à Genève. Nous sommes un personnel de 1300, à peu près 1300 personnes. Et nous avons des bureaux à l'extérieur. Et nous travaillons beaucoup avec l'Agripo et l'OAPI. Le modérateur a parlé de la présence de l'Agripo et de l'OAPI. Nous sommes tous présents là parce que nous œuvrons dans le cadre de l'accord tripartite de nos trois organisations. Mais pour l'OMPI, encore une fois, est à Genève et nous sommes venus pour ça et nous nous déplaçons souvent en Afrique pour ça. Je suis le directeur de la division Afrique. Loretta est ma conseillère principale, peut-être pas pour longtemps. Emmanuel Ukomboka, qui est du pays, est aussi conseiller. Donc nous sommes venus à trois pour pouvoir essayer pas de vous gérer, mais de vous suivre. La propriété intellectuelle est de façon ramassée, parce que je sais qu'on va le développer tout le temps, c'est le meilleur moyen, j'allais dire, de magnifier l'intelligence humaine. Valoriser, magnifier l'intelligence humaine, c'est l'objet de la propriété intellectuelle. Comment nous le faisons? Par la protection d'abord des droits de la création et de la créativité des uns et des autres, et permettre aux titulaires de jouir et tirer bénéfice, avantage de leurs droits sur le système économique mondial. Et c'est pourquoi je me réjouis d'être avec vous, mesdames et chères sœurs, parce que vous faites partie de ce contingent d'Amazon qui œuvre sans cesse pour renforcer les économies africaines, nos économies. Vous êtes ce contingent d'Amazon qui permettent à notre agriculture de jouer son rôle dans la société. Vous êtes celles qui permettent à l'Afrique de faire face à, j'allais dire, la lutte et à œuvrer pour la lutte contre la faim, contre la famine et la sécurité alimentaire. C'est votre rôle majeur. Je dis vous faites partie des contingents parce que vous n'êtes pas toutes là. Il y a beaucoup de nos sœurs qui sont dans les plantations, qui sont ailleurs actuellement, mais vous êtes très représentatifs de ce groupe-là. Le groupe que nous gérons aujourd'hui est composé de deux grands blocs. Il y a The Women in Trade, dirigé avec la CEO qui est Joyce, et il y a aussi African Women in Processing. Donc ça fait deux blocs, mais qui ont le même objectif, permettre à nos pays de faire face aux enjeux mondiaux, qui sont la promotion de l'agriculture, la promotion de notre économie. La propriété intellectuelle, je vais dire deux mots pour pouvoir finir, vous permet, pour celles qui sont dans l'agriculture, des African Women in Processing, d'utiliser l'innovation pour pouvoir transformer les produits, pour pouvoir ajouter de la valeur. Parce que nous sommes dans un monde qui, si vous avez constaté, commence par bouger. On passe de l'économie physique, vous parlez du capital des plantations et autres, à l'économie immatérielle, qui est beaucoup plus aujourd'hui de ce monde qui est basé sur l'innovation et la promotion de l'innovation. C'est ce que le monde est en train d'assister, c'est ce mouvement-là. C'est pour ça qu'on parle de plus en plus de productivité dans le monde plutôt que de production. Parce que la productivité, c'est ce que vous produisez à l'hectare. Avec les moyens, la production, c'est quelque chose de plus global. Nous bougeons parce qu'il est très important que nous le fassions. Je ne sais pas si vous l'avez constaté, je vais souvent à Yaoundé, je vais souvent dans beaucoup de pays africains. Les terres aujourd'hui se réduisent parce qu'il faut loger les habitants, il faut les loger. Et donc les terres arables se réduisent. Et on va arriver à un moment où il faudrait nourrir plus de personnes avec peu de terres. Et c'est l'enjeu aujourd'hui auquel il faudrait que nous fassions face. Et c'est l'innovation qui nous permettra de le faire. C'est la propriété intellectuelle qui nous permettra de nourrir plus de personnes avec des terres plus réduites. Et votre rôle sera crucial à ce niveau-là. Quand vous sortez des plantations, on a parlé de trade. La propriété intellectuelle joue un rôle important. Mais entre les deux, il y a l'aspect valeur ajoutée. L'Afrique a toujours eu l'avantage compétitif. Je ne vais pas dire beaucoup plus, non. A eu un avantage comparatif plutôt, parce que sa biodiversité lui permet d'avoir des produits de bonne qualité. Et aujourd'hui, avec la ZLECAf, il nous faudrait maintenant être compétitifs, sortir, transformer notre avantage comparatif en avantage compétitif. Il faut que nos entreprises soient compétitives. Il faut que nous ajoutons de la valeur à nos produits pour qu'on soit compétitifs sur le marché. Et c'est aussi cet enjeu-là auquel la propriété intellectuelle doit vous aider à faire face. Après, il vous faut le commerce, il faudrait vendre, donner des marques, promouvoir des marques, promouvoir des dessins modèles, utiliser les éducations géographiques, utiliser tous ces instruments que la propriété intellectuelle met à votre disposition. L'objet de cette réunion, c'est de pouvoir vous donner tous ces éléments, tous ces instruments pour vous permettre d'être compétitifs et de gagner vos parts de marché et de les approprier. Voilà un peu l'objet de notre réunion. Je voudrais donc sur ce vous dire merci pour votre attention. Merci à tout le monde. Je voudrais encore remercier mes collègues, Loretta et Emmanuel, parce que c'est un travail de 6 mois, c'est tout ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Et donc, je voudrais leur rendre hommage. Elles ont fait ce qu'elles pouvaient. J'ai dit ce qu'elles pouvaient parce qu'il peut y avoir des erreurs, il peut y avoir des frustrations. Je sais que les voyages n'ont pas été faciles. Nous vous présentons des excuses, toutes nos excuses pour tout ce qui a pu vous causer des désagréments. Mais profitons du moment, jouissons du moment et puis après, on se plaindra d'autres. Merci beaucoup. À bientôt.
Merci, directeur Marc Seri, connaît, pour vos mots clairvoyants. Je crois que c'est des mots d'une personne, d'un leader qui nous laisse ou qui nous donne une voie à suivre dans ce domaine. Nous remercions pour ça et aussi nous remercions pour tout ce que vous avez apporté, ou apporte toujours au pays. Vous avez dit que vous êtes là souvent. Il n'y a pas d'autres mots à dire sur ce que vous faites en Afrique dans ce domaine de la propriété intellectuelle. With this, I would like to ask our guest, the official guest of the government of Rwanda, the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Olivier Kamana, to come and officiate the opening of this conference. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, distingués invités, en fonction de vos différents grades. Bon, je vais me permettre de parler en français pour commencer et puis terminer en anglais, parce que il y a quelques années, nous sommes devenus beaucoup plus anglophones que francophones, mais je me dis que bon, quand l'occasion se présente, il faut aussi parler dans la langue de Molière. Je commence par m'excuser du retard parce que, comme vous le savez et comme mon prédécesseur l'a dit, notre pays a été victime d'inondations, de pluies diluviennes qui ont frappé l'ouest, surtout l'ouest du pays, et nous avons perdu
35 personnes. Et donc, nous sommes dans un état d'urgence en quelque sorte, ce qui fait que nous avons une réunion très urgente ce matin pour... Donc, nous avons beaucoup de réunions dans ce sens, ce qui a fait qu'on a eu une réunion urgente ce matin pour essayer de voir comment venir en aide aux sinistrés. Le ministère de l'Agriculture est chargé de fournir les aliments de base. Vous comprenez, hein, il y a des femmes, il y a des enfants, il y a des écoliers qui doivent aller à l'école et l'activité doit reprendre déjà. Pour le moment, donc, les inondations ont eu lieu dans la nuit du 2 au 3 mai, et ce qui veut dire qu'il y a plus de 2 semaines, mais nous gérons la situation, les activités ont repris, mais nous devons maintenir l'assistance. C'est pour cela que donc, nous sommes un peu... je ne vais pas utiliser le mot désorganisé, mais je vais utiliser plutôt le mot préoccupé. Quand je suis entré, dans la salle, j'ai vu qu'il y a beaucoup de couleurs. Donc, ce qui veut dire qu'on célèbre vraiment la femme africaine avec l'innovation et il y a une sorte d'énergie positive dans la salle. Je vois un drapeau camerounais là-bas. J'ai été très curieux de savoir quels sont les produits qui viennent de ce pays qu'on appelle l'Afrique en miniature. Est-ce que c'est le jazz ou le BH, le ndolé, le pistache, le ndolé? On va avoir l'occasion d'en parler. Et ça va aussi être l'occasion de découvrir beaucoup d'autres produits très intéressants qui sont ici. Ce qui montre que la femme africaine est vraiment en avance en ce qui concerne l'innovation et dans le domaine agricole. Dans notre pays, comme mon prédécesseur l'a dit aussi, nous sommes un pays qui met l'accent sur la promotion de la femme. 70%, c'est minimal. Donc, au minimum, 70% des membres du Parlement sont des femmes. Mais, en plus, dans les instances dirigeantes, il y a un quota de 30% minimum. C'est-à-dire que dans toutes les institutions, il doit y avoir obligatoirement 30% de femmes. Il y a 30% de places qui sont réservées aux femmes, mais cela n'empêche pas que les femmes peuvent aussi compétir pour les 70% de places qui restent. Ce qui fait que quand vous allez dans nos institutions, vous constaterez que les femmes sont valablement représentées. Et puis les lois, en général, sont des lois... Ici, au Rwanda, on dit les femmes sont « don't touch ». Au Munyarwanda, Kazini, « don't touch ». Ce qui veut dire que la femme est vraiment très protégée. Et voir l'agriculture ici, comme je vous le disais, que nous avons été victimes d'inondations qui ont frappé le grenier du pays qui se trouve à l'ouest. Donc le secteur agricole a été très touché. Ce qui veut dire que les femmes aussi ont été touchées parce que les femmes sont aussi impliquées dans le secteur agricole à une très grande échelle. J'espère qu'il y a mes sœurs rwandaises qui sont ici, qui vont aussi vous présenter leurs produits très innovants et compétitifs sur le marché. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this important event on women in agriculture, intellectual property hosted here in Rwanda. Today, we come together to celebrate and recognize the vital role of women that women play in agriculture and the critical importance of intellectual property rights in promoting innovation, creativity, and sustainable development in this sector. As we all know, Rwanda is a country where agriculture is the backbone of the economy, employing over 62% of the active population and contributing significantly to the GDP of the country at 25%. Women in Rwanda are at the forefront of the agriculture sector, playing a critical role in food production, processing, and marketing. However, despite their contributions, women in Rwanda face significant challenges and barriers, including limited access to resources, technology, and finance. This is why intellectual property rights are so critical for promoting innovation and entrepreneurship in agriculture and for empowering women farmers to access markets and negotiate fair prices and secure their livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, in Rwanda, we have seen how innovative approaches to intellectual property, such as the use of geographical indications, have helped to promote and to protect local products, such as coffee, we have a very nice and interesting coffee in Rwanda. I think after this we are going to have a chance to taste it, and we will see, and you will see, and invite you to taste it and see how good it is, tea and honey, while also creating new opportunities for farmers and rural communities. Furthermore, as a country that is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, we recognize the urgent need to promote sustainable agricultural practices that can help to mitigate and adapt to these impacts. IP rights can play a critical role in supporting the development and dissemination of these practices, as well as encouraging collaboration and knowledge sharing among farmers, researchers, and other stakeholders in the agriculture sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today to discuss and explore the critical intersections of women, agriculture, and IP, let us be inspired and motivated by the incredible potential of these fields to drive positive changes in Rwanda and beyond. Allow me to end my remarks by thanking you for your attendance and the synergetic effort of all organizers to make this event possible. I think it was not just by default that Rwanda was chosen to host this event. It's because, first of all, we value women, of course, but also the country is nice and welcoming. The weather, even though we had floods, it doesn't mean that our weather is bad. So you can travel around and you'll see that the weather is nice, people are nice, the country is, I think that you are going to enjoy the stay in the country of 1,000 hills. In the name of Honorable Dr. Ildefonso Musafiri, the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, who was not able to make it today because he traveled abroad, I officially declare open this important conference and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Olivier Kamana, the Permanent Secretary. With your, the great word you say, I think ladies who are here can just thank you again by clapping hand. You also say that Africa is colorful. We have many women here coming from different regions. What I know from African lady, I know Nana Benz. Nana Benz, I don't. They are coming from which country? Togo. Les Nana Benz. But they are not from the agriculture sector, sorry. I think we are over with 40 or 49 minutes over. I would like to thank again our guest official for the great remarks. And what we can do now is to have a picture, a souvenir. Maybe we can put it somewhere in our house to remember the time we spent in Kigali. Now, maybe the people can help us to have this photo. Emmanuel.
Good morning. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. So we are going to start the photo session. It will be a quick one before we go for lunch, for coffee break. As you see today, you are aware that it's a women conference. So we'll put the visibility of the media will be on women today. So we are going to put the first row, the seated people, to be the ladies, officials, speakers, panelists, invited officials, women. Then our other officials will be just behind so that they'll keep that souvenir as well. Then after, we'll go to the session where we'll have all the women together so that you can recognize yourself to have participated in this event. Then there will be another one with all of us. So may I request the ladies officials of this conference, we are going to have the chairs in front. But do not worry, everyone will feature in these pictures, and I will live stream them. Gentlemen, help the women as gentlemen here. Yeah?
I don't think women need to be helped. I think they can do it by
To-
themselves.
Oh, really? Who is going to be like this? Ah, okay, so the women can sit in.
Yeah, because it will be.
So one in front.
Others will stand behind. C'est en conference. First of all, let the women sit
Okay.
in front.
That is too much beyond.
So there are too many chairs.
Yeah, there are too many chairs.
Okay.
The officials will stand. They will stand behind.
So, oh, okay, okay.
The men will stand.
I thought just one row of chairs.
Okay, yeah.
Just
one
one
row,
row.
one row.
One row of
Yeah, one row is okay.
no. One row.
She's right. One row is okay.
Yeah, because otherwise,
Yeah, it is fine. It is fine. So it's okay.
Yeah, only 7.
Okay. The others can stand. And the
all
others
of us, right?
We are 7 or 8.
lady.
You should be in the middle, Lorraine. Okay.
So ladies, have a seat.
I'll be far from her. She's on blue and some
I think it's enough.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, you change with her, one of you, because it will be like red, blue, you know, like. Okay. Where's John? You know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah, but why we should do something conventional?
I don't know. Other way.
We could do the two each one.
Stand behind them.
Before you're gonna send it to Ambassador.
No, let me have the first picture with the officials.
Okay.
May I invite the officials at the podium to be behind, standing behind the man behind every powerful woman will have a powerful man behind. Mark. Go there.
Manu.
No, ça va se casser. No, it's going to break. It's okay. Now, just the way we are, just a quick one. So we are going to call all the women. Here, please, the women, participant, and invade this place. Allez, les dames. Et puis monter sur le podium. Sur le podium, OK. Behind, et puis le podium. It's not good.
Really?
The legs are not holding properly.
Okay.
You might, it might break. It's too much now.
Yeah.
It's too much. Huh? No, the phones go beyond so that these are official. These are official people. We wanted them. Pardon? The drone. The hall.
And identify flying objects. You know,
The
this
drone. So that technology, our officials, yeah. So, yeah. Amba ici. Allez-y. Allez-y. Come here. It's okay. Aba? Gaba. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's beautiful. It's very beautiful. Yeah. It's smile. 3. Yada. Men with you. Thank you. Thank you. You stay. Leave the chair. Leave the chair. And please, the coffee break is served. Yeah. McLean.
Have a seat at the table. This meeting is going to contribute to our being given a seat at the table. And so I'm going to urge you all to just pay attention and let us all see what we can benefit from this very important conference. So my job is very simple. Mine is just to provide you with an overview of the conference and the expected outcomes and how we're going to go through the entire program. Now, I think we should be listening. Someone is playing a video. Okay. No, it was a video. it's from the people there. So please, I'm going to urge you all to really let us be attentive. I noticed during the morning's discussions or the morning's presentations that I think there was sound bite from the interpretation. So those that are using the headsets, if you could really just lower the sound on your headsets so that those listening in another language do not hear you, because it gets confusing, and then it gets confusing also for the speaker. Now, like I said, my job is very simple. I just want to thank you all for agreeing to be part of this process. Now, I just want to assure you that you will not regret being a part of this process. Why? Because this is a process that is supposed to empower you. You're already powerful. Doing your businesses back home, you're already powerful. The fact that you have been found and identified and invited to this meeting makes you all the more powerful. And we hope that at the end of this meeting, you will be even more powerful in everything that you're going to do. So, why have we brought you here? We in the WIPO Division for Africa, and let me say, in fact, the whole of the WIPO, the Director General has a vision where he wants us to support the areas where regions have comparative advantage. So for us in the African region, we realize that agriculture is really our backbone. Now, it is not agriculture limited only to farming, but the processing of agricultural products to get to the marketplace. And that is why you are all very important, because you are the ones that are adding value to the agricultural products that we have, that are developed in your countries. And so this is why we have brought you here. We are focusing as WIPO on the area where Africa has its comparative advantage. Agriculture is one of them. We're also focusing on women because this year, the theme for the World IP Day celebration was the innovation and creativity of women. And that is why we thought, why not combine the two areas that Africa has comparative advantage? Strong, hardworking, powerful women and agriculture. So if we bring the strong, hardworking, powerful women who are working in agriculture together, we kill two birds with a stone, and that is why we have brought you here today. Now, the intention or the objective is to raise your awareness on the importance of intellectual property to your businesses. Some of you are doing so well already. You have big businesses, but is there the intellectual property component there? Are you aware that you have so many assets that you are not protecting? Are you aware that even the way in which you are promoting or protecting your products could be done better? It could be done in a way which does not give you the visibility only in your country, but at the sub-regional level, at the broader African regional level, and in fact, globally. This is what we want to bring to your attention. The business I'm doing, how am I making sure that people know this is what I'm doing? How am I making sure that my products are identified or are distinguished from other products that are similar to what I'm doing? How do I make sure that the presentation of my product makes it appealing to the eye? How do I make sure that the process that I'm engaged in, someone told me a very interesting story about charcoal this morning. Now, how does she make sure that the process involved in her turning the natural products into charcoal, how does she make sure that they are protected? And I'm sure some of you are also doing the same. Some of you are in yogurt making and in different practices that really, some of the processes that you are engaged in the ones are what makes what you have to sell special. And so we need to draw attention to this. We need to raise awareness on all of this so that you will be able to boost the competitiveness of your business. And then, you being here together, I see already that the women have created a platform where they are engaging. It is such a beautiful sisterhood that you're sharing. You're working in similar areas in your countries, and it is always good to know that someone else, I am having this problem, I'm having this challenge, but someone else is having that challenge too. So what do we do to solve this challenge? How do we go around this problem and ensure that our main objective of getting our products out there is fulfilled, even in spite of the challenges that we have? And so this platform that you have, where you have started engaging, is so important, because this is what makes you share with your sisters what's going on in your various areas of endeavor, and be able to support each other, or even think of a way in which a partner institution can support you to abridge the challenges that you have. So the creation of the platform for networking is also one of the to discuss with you, to hear from you. At every point in time, at one point in time, you will all be asked to speak about yourselves, about your businesses. And later on, we will be discussing and seeing how we can support you based on all the information that you have heard. How can we support you to promote your businesses? How can we support you in partnership with some of the women groups that we're working out there into the market? And so I think I'll just encourage you, do not feel that the point that you're going to make, the ritual property and all that. Nobody really wants to care so much about it. Here with all the experts that we work with in Africa. We're also here with some of the business, and that is really what I want you to put at the back of your minds, that we're here to support and facilitate your journey towards getting your idea to the market, towards being the stars that you really are in the business that you're doing. So with these few remarks, I think all I want to hear from you is a big round of applause for yourselves as the powerful women who have come to participate in this conference. Thank you very much, and I think with these words, I would like to invite our speaker of the fairway. So let me just invite Madame Sanaz Javadi Farazadi. She is an international trade and gender expert. Please do not be scared about the titles. Titles are just letters behind people's names. We are all women here who want to get our products to the market. And that is all there is to it. So I love mentioning people and acknowledging their titles too, because they have earned it. So it is important to add the title. But at the end of the day, all you need to know is that she did it, someone else has done it, you can also do it. You are the doctor in your own area of endeavor. So welcome, Dr. Sanaz, and enjoy your time with the team.
Thank you so much, Loretta. You want to move?
Nobody's going to sit there anymore. So can we bring the speaker so that people can see?
Yeah, but I think I have a slide, so as long as it doesn't... No, but I mean, maybe we can move a bit? Gentlemen here. Okay, it's... Oh, I don't want to break... I don't want to cause any harm before...
I think this is for the men.
Yeah, it's for men job.
Does it come in two pieces?
It's like separating.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe because people cannot see the slides, right? So maybe here or there. Here, maybe. Thank you so much.
It can be. Yeah. But what about when it comes to the panel session?
You are hidden in the corner.
Everyone would watch.
But this is
There? I think so. Okay.
in front.
And with this background. This is good. This is better. I can even see through it. Is it all set? Thank you so much. Okay, how much time do I have, Loretta? Because we are, I think, normally it was 45 minutes, but... Okay. Okay, Hello everyone, bonjour tout le monde. It's such a great pleasure to be here. I was telling Loretta yesterday, I've started working remotely with African continent during the pandemic time. And I manifested. I was checking each and every country, of course, deep diving into agriculture sector, working with amazing women from different regions, different countries. And finally, this is the second time I'm in Africa. I was in Ethiopia a few months ago on behalf of WIPO and in Rwanda. So, as Loretta mentioned, by profession, I'm a lawyer with international trade and intellectual property background. I'm also vice president of Organization of Women in International Trade Geneva chapter, OVIT Geneva, which is an international NGO dealing with women economic empowerment in different regions with more than 30 chapters in Europe, Africa, and America. And I have worked in Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe, of course, originally coming from Iran. I worked a lot in MENA region, and as I mentioned, few years I'm working in Africa. So I don't know if you can show my slides because I have limited time. So basically, I don't want to just make you so bored with all these generalities about AFCFTA and a regional trade agreement in Africa. But as you all know that it's a very important instrument, regional instrument, which is in place at the moment, and it's one of the biggest one and the most comprehensive ones, which is covering women and youth engagement, especially in agriculture sector. So is there any possibility to show the slides and also moving the slides? Do you have? So I just want to give you some general information about AFCFTA and the project that I did before, the comparative analysis of female-dominated sectors with an eye in agriculture, and also a few cases on Africa. And of course, we have a lot of distinguished speakers today and this week, and also the women entrepreneurs that they have their own practical experiences to address, but just giving some idea of the project that WIPO has been doing, EUIPO has doing, so that you can have a better idea how women can use and take the advantage of intellectual property system. So I think the slides are not there yet. 5 minutes? 5 minutes, the slides would be there, or I have 5 minutes? Okay, perfect. And do you have the clicker? Something? Oh, the other one is not also working, the other screen? Okay, I'm the first one, so, like the first one is always. But I would be around the whole conference time, so you feel free to come to me to ask your questions in case. Okay, so it's really, but it doesn't show there. And anyways, so I just want to know, like, if I can move the slides or no. Ah, okay. So could you please go to the first slide? And I cannot even see it properly myself. Can you see it? So, yeah, that is better. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. This is much better. Sorry, I cannot stand in one place all the time. So could you please go to the first? So as I mentioned, like, we all know about women potential. And the idea is just boosting and bringing out and enhancing this potential through intellectual property system. And of course, men and women, they have equal potentials, but the opportunities are not the same all around the world, including Africa. And in terms of innovation and creativity, women in Africa, they have a lot of potentials, as it was addressed today, agriculture sector, from the population perspective and also the diversity of women in terms of the products that they are engaged in agriculture. It could be from the food product that you're presenting today to the fiber and other, you know, like raw materials or like the end products. And the idea is that women can use this system as a part of their business strategy. Because oftentimes when you talk to women, you speak to women, they might have heard about intellectual property system, but they're not using this system in an efficient manner, in a very strategic way. So what we are always trying to train women with is using intellectual property system as a part of your own business strategy, as a part of your marketing plan. And intellectual property system is not only about registration. Intellectual property system goes beyond registration. Women should be engaged in the whole IP assets management, in terms of registration when it's applicable, in terms of the using other tools such as, for example, trade secret and data protection, or using the applicable contracts, which is, I mean, in my experience, less women are using contractual frameworks for, you know, protecting their rights, or they have less negotiation powers or skills to be able to, you know, gain their right and protect the right that they have. And especially in agriculture sector, it's not all the time about trademark or patent. There are so many other tools that you can use in order to be able, and less costly tools, because there are like always cost consideration in place that you can, you know, have some sort of visibility in the market. So again, even women in the distant rural areas, there are the producers of IP rights, even without knowing that. So it's not all the time about women in science or technology. So women can have different roles in different sectors, different regions, and different countries. Next slide, please. And of course, in Africa, the role that women play in producing traditional knowledge, genetic resources, and traditional cultural expression or folklore, it's quite crucial. We cannot go to the details of each and every right, of course, today for the sake of time, but what is really important is that women should learn how to combine different components of IP system in order to enhance their competitiveness in local, regional, and international market. Could you please go to the next? So, again, we would like to use the potential so that everyone can benefit from the IP system. And when innovation, creativity, and business are inclusive and embracing new ideas from women, both men and women can benefit. So it's not all about women all the time, it's about everyone. In terms of, like we heard this morning, that also that in terms of population and engagement of women in agriculture sector, so you can imagine the value that it can bring to the market is huge. Next slide, please. So again, women are producers, owners of intellectual property system, and at the same time beneficiaries in order to obtain a competitive advantage, in order to be able to use IP as a source of financing. Not only selling your products or services directly, but also indirectly. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, through contractual frameworks, through using licensing, NDAs, franchising. Again, this is a huge gap to be filled for women. Of course, for both men and women, when you talk to them, when you interview the stakeholders, they don't have much expertise in the contractual part. So, and of course, it gives you exposure to be able to sell indirectly and establish new collaborations and partnership within different markets. And of course, It can, we will see in the next few slides in terms of GIs and collective mark, it can also help you to have better quality in place and higher prices. So we can see how intellectual property is serving women. And of course, Africa is not any different. Next slide, please. A recent survey done by International Trade Center, because International Trade Center is also a partner to our organization, with a specialized human agency dealing with a lot of, business, empowering women in business. They did a survey in Africa, and the results indicate that only 50% of business associations reported that the members are registering IP, and they see IP as a priority in their business in terms of trademark, patent, designs, and also protecting trade secrets, which is not registerable, but there are contractual frameworks in place. And of course, more than half of the respondents identified that they have low awareness of IP. Again, low awareness means that you know that the system is there, but you don't know about all components, or maybe you don't have enough knowledge how to use it effectively. Because when you talk to the businesses, they're like, okay, patent, trademark, or even design, especially the case of developing countries. But again, I emphasize that intellectual property system goes beyond all this registration. And 1/3 of the respondents pointed the high cost of the registration and also enforcement. Again, after protecting your rights, there is the final step, that is enforcement of the rights, which is also, again, so tricky for women, especially when the local expertise in terms of lawyers or judges is low. So there are different stages of using intellectual property system. The very first stage is search and audit within your own business. How would you identify your intellectual property rights? Do you have a brand? Do you have design? Do you need contracts? Do you have a technology or product in place? How would you like to protect it? In which market? In which countries? And then, okay, you go to the protection phase, if it's registerable or non-registerable in terms of copyright, or in case you need contracts. And then it comes the maintenance and monitoring part. This is, again, the part that women are not paying so much attention. So again, after protection of your rights, you have to manage your assets, right? Like when you have a car, when you have a house, you have to take care of your properties. And this is where the problem arises, because women think, okay, I registered my trademark, I'm safe. In most jurisdictions, it's valid for 10 years. Or I registered my patent, my design, I'm safe. And the problem comes when you receive a notice, that you have infringed some other businesses' rights. And this is where I receive a lot of queries from women, the enforcement, maintenance and also enforcement parts. So again, there are different stages that women should take into consideration when they want to use the intellectual property system to enhance their business. Next slide, please. So, and the consequences, we know that you would lose your market potential. Your products or your brand or your services could be infringed upon so easily if you don't have proper protection mechanism in place. Next slide. And of course, another issue is that the counterfeiting products, that I think many of you know about it. Especially in Africa, I've seen it also in Southeast Asia, and according to the Forbes, more than 2% of the product in the world are counterfeiting products. So again, when you protect your rights, you have to be careful and monitor other businesses, what they're producing in terms of being the original products or counterfeiting, or if these products are like infringing your rights in the market. And the benefits of gender diversity, of course, in IP system, it would lead to a more inclusive and diverse workforce, result in wide range of perspective and ideas, leading to more innovative solutions. And also another issue is that it helps to have an innovation space, to have more and more IP-intensive industries in place. IP-intensive industries, according to the definition that European Union provided in 2016, are the industries that are using IP tools more than other sectors. So consequently, there are more productive and innovative and creative in the market. Next slide. And of course, again, I address the challenges that women faced. It's also, okay, lack of policy perspective, lack of, expertise, and also oftentimes when you discuss this, women think that intellectual property system is so complex or is not relevant to SMEs or small businesses. It's mostly useful for large companies, which is not true. So IP is important for everyone, even for me. I'm talking now, so I have many things to protect within my career. So next slide, please. Because I have limited time, I cannot go to all the slides. So again, there is the lack of sufficient data still exists, and according to WIPO statistics, especially in the patent applications, in PCT application, only 16.5% of the inventors named female. And even if we continue this current pace, it would take us another 30, 40 years to achieve parity in patent applications. And of course, this has been also, this has been also impacted by pandemic, because everything was slowed down during pandemic, right? So the gender gap is still there, the data gap is there. It's not really, when you want to do the comparative analysis of engagement of women in agriculture sector, collecting the data is a huge challenge. But we're hoping that, in the next few years, we can, with all this, digital economy and the access of more and more women to digital market, we can be able to have the access to more information. And next slide, please. So again, next, because I just want to go to AFCFTA for the sake of the time. Next one, please. So now we dive now to AFCFTA. As I mentioned, it's like AFCFTA provides different components in order to both empower women and also boost innovation and creativity in agriculture sector. So according, to AFCFTA, the idea is to somehow intensify and increase the trade, intra-African trade, actually, by 52.3%, and also, increasing productivity and creating more jobs and opportunity with a gender-balanced approach in the region. And according to the UN Economic Commission for Africa, this trade agreement can help African economy to reach the $29 trillion mark by 2050. And as it was indicated that the role of women, and in terms of 80% of the engagement of women in the economy, so you can see the potential that you will have there. Next slide, please. And again, the African economy, of course, is not gender neutral, and there is a lot, social inequalities and this empowering patriarchal culture that, next. Where are you going? No, you're finishing all the slides, please go back. They're going to the end, I think. No, please go back. Okay, you can read the slides quickly. You have to go back. So you can you keep it here. You keep it here because otherwise it would be. Yeah, please. So again, in terms of agricultural biodiversity and the rich diverse product in the region, and also in terms of rural development and the role that women can play, especially in producing and protecting traditional knowledge and genetic resources, not only for food product, but also some other products, which is a huge, I can say, business and political debate between developed and developing countries, which is the case of medicinal plants or herbs. When women are major producers and traditional knowledge holders of certain products that turn to be pharmaceutical products produced in some other continents, which would be patented by pharmaceutical companies, or even food companies or cosmetics companies. So this is where women play a role in order to be able, even if the traditional knowledge or genetic resources laws are not in place yet in a targeted country. For example, in Rwanda, I don't know if you have traditional knowledge and genetic resources regulations, but even if the regulations are not there, you can still use some other means to be able to protect your knowledge and your rights. And what is really helping in this regard is using collective assets such as collective mark or GIs, depending on the jurisdiction you are based in, or depending on the business strategy that you might have, in order to have the possibility of establishing community rights, so that women established in certain region are able to, rather than using single trademark, they can protect their rights in a collective manner in order to be able to produce high quality products with higher prices. And especially in terms of enforcement of the right, you can have more power to enforce it. And for the case of EU, for the case of Switzerland, there are so many countries. If you have the idea of having those countries as your export market, you can be able to use GI or collective mark system in order to enhance your visibility and export to those markets. And of course, GI always helps you to have also a sort of quality control in place, so that you can produce better quality products for the sake of export markets, and in the end, you have better quality, your price would be increased. Next slide. Next one. So this is the project that was done by WIPO in 2016, and I think it was funded by the government of Japan, branding of the Taita basket in Kenya. So this was the project that, like the government of Kenya was considering. Again, this is why I always say that you have to have a strategic approach to protect your IP rights. You have to identify the market circumstances and potentials. So the government of Kenya decided, of course in consultation with WIPO, to use collective mark in order to provide protection to basket weavers in the region. Because at the time, having the certification marks in place, or GI, because they needed a certification, but it would have been, like time consuming and also taking so much cost in order to provide protection to the region. So they established a collective mark, and they developed a branding strategy, and they also established as an association in order to provide assistance to the local producers in the countryside, in the village. Next slide, please. And there are so many, as I mentioned, there are so many immense pool of traditional products and traditional knowledge embedded in the region, in different countries they have the potential of being, like to have the enhancement of business competitiveness in the export market by having a very comprehensive IP strategy in place. Next slide, please. I just try to wrap up in 5 minutes, if it's okay. And this is another, I was talking to some ladies here today from Burundi. I don't know where you were, I mean, if you're, I don't know, during the break. So what I really like, and I think it was addressed by Joy maybe in the morning, if I remember correctly, I really like when women, they leave their own country, but they still, you know, remotely they establish a business to empower the local communities in their, in homes. So J&P Coffee in Burundi is one of the examples that has been established by a lady who was like a corporate lady in US, and after participation in the Cup of Excellence conference in 2015 in the region, so she just had this idea of establishing a new business in order to empower and help women producers in the coffee sector and establish partnership, including partnership and collaboration with International Women's Coffee Alliance to support and empower women in coffee sector. So you can have more information, and they use a lot of, through the website, and they use a lot of branding tools in order to empower women, help them to, you know, do their branding and also the packaging of the product for the sake of the exports. So next slide, please. I think I'm quite sure that there would be so many women entrepreneurs today here and other speakers that they would address more practical cases than me, but these are just few examples that I just wanted to consolidate during my talk to see how women are from different countries in the region, they are really contributing to the agriculture sector. Next slide. And this is another case that I mentioned. Again, the interface of traditional knowledge, genetic resources, and infringement and copycatting by pharmaceutical companies. This is a case that happened in Gabon, and it's like the oubli berry, which has a medicinal usage in the, in general. And it was used traditionally by mothers for breast feeding. And some researchers from University of Wisconsin obtained various patents for producing a special protein out of the plant. And if you might know the mechanism behind, protection of genetic resources, there was no benefit sharing mechanism in place either in order to help producers in the region who were basically women to obtain some competitive and financial advantage through protection of and patenting of this protein. And of course, they started to have mass production, which unfortunately impacted the prices of this protein browsing in the region. And unfortunately, so many Gabonese women lost their source of income or their job because of just, this patenting of the protein that was not contributing to the benefit of women. So this is an example of interrelation of traditional knowledge and how women can play a role, but at the same time, with lack of sufficient IP protection, they might lose their rights. Next slide, please. And again, we are living in a digital economy, a digital world. I would assume that many of you might have Instagram or Facebook pages or even applications in order to sell your products in the market, especially in export market, or to make awareness about advertise for your products in different countries. So again, we have to also consider that IP protection in physical world is really important, but most of the infringement and copying could happen in digital platforms without knowing, and especially when you disclose your rights before registration, before protection. There has been so many cases that women businesses, they come to me, oh, I started to talk about my brand on Instagram, or I put my logo for the sake of promoting my products before just registering their trademarks. So it has happened that some other businesses would copy their logos or design or so many other products, or even like the information that like even they disclose during, because they are hasty and impatient to sell their products. And they go to the negotiation, and most of the cases the negotiation is with men who would have more gaining power in certain countries, bargaining power, and they disclose this information without knowing that they shouldn't. So again, having effective IP strategy both in e-commerce and outside is really important. And next. Again, next, because we don't have much time, but we will share the slides afterwards. I just want to wrap up with the latest study I did for EU IPO in Asia. This was a project we did during pandemic, and it was an easy project because we couldn't travel to the region, and as I mentioned, the access to the data was really problematic. But what we did was an analysis of different sectors in agriculture and textile in 10 countries in ASEAN region, mostly focused on Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and Philippines. And we interviewed different women businesses to identify their challenges in terms of using intellectual property system. And in case they have intellectual property assets already protected, what other challenges they might have, as I mentioned, like challenges in enforcing their rights or using the contractual negotiation skills. And this is the first study that was developed in the region by European Union. And next slide, please. And the objective was somehow seek a key comparison between similar sectors in the region with the focus in agri-products, and identify the gaps between women and men, and to see how intellectual property system can be used as an IP bridging mechanism to close inequalities and disparities. And of course, the raising awareness about the importance of intellectual property system. This is not my slide. Could you please go to my slide? Sorry, really, for inconvenience. I was the victim of being the first speaker. So anyways, within this study, again, we have this 3 days amazing congress, but how to sustain the result of these awareness raising sessions? We suggested that, and it's also the case in WIPO as well, to establish a network and hub of women and establish a mentorship program for women. Could you please go to my slides? And through mentorship program and providing a virtual platform to women so that they can communicate together, they can work together, they can share their knowledge they gained in terms of selling their products, in terms of using the intellectual property system, the challenges and the opportunities they have had. And this is a long-term, it's a constant and continuous platform to be used. So could you please go to my slides or no? So to sustain, again, to emphasize, to sustain the result, we suggested to have this e-platform in place for knowledge sharing among women to be monitored by mentors. So it could be one-to-one mentorship session or group sessions in order to somehow supervise and guide women through the process. Because as I mentioned, just protecting in the very first place is not enough. You have to have the continuous supervision over businesses to monitor how they are using this system effectively. So apparently they don't want to go to my slides. I'll wrap up, here because for the sake of time, I think I exceeded my time maybe. But if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to take few if the timing allows us. And I'm here the whole 3 days for answering to your questions. Yeah, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe if you can go to the next. This is why having a clicker would be really.
Maybe you can just say how they can contact you.
Yes, sorry, but I think we have our partners in. There's a speaker from Japan, and at this time it is almost midnight past.
Oh, okay.
Correct. And so I'm just going to crave your indulgence to put the questions together for when we come back in the afternoon. So if you have any questions regarding the presentation that Sanaz has made, please hold on to them because she has really provided the context. You can't hear me. Okay. So please, if you have any questions regarding the presentation that Sanaz has so eloquently made, can you please hold on to them? And then we handle them when we come back after the lunch break. What we want to do is to ensure that the colleague who is going to be speaking to us from Japan speaks at the time that we have allocated for her because it is like almost midnight there and she's waiting to present just at the time that we asked her to present. So what we're going to do is to go to the next presentation, which has to do with the next presentation is about the WIPO system and then I think patents and utility models. So we will go into that so that our colleague who is also joining us from Geneva can make her presentation as well. And then after that, we will break for lunch. But instead of it being 1:30 to 2:30, it will be 1 to 2 so that we can come back and do the panel discussion that we wanted to make. You will have had all your questions together and we'll be able to engage more thoroughly with Sanaz.
Yeah.
Because her presentation has a lot of information which I think you have questions on. And it will be a pity to squeeze all of that into just 5 minutes. Yeah. So I'm just going to thank you very much.
Thank
Sanaz.
you. And I'm sorry because I need to address each and every component and aspect. But we will have the panel discussion, so you can address, and you're in the panel, Joyce.
Yes,
so we can talk further.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your understanding. So we're bringing in the next session, which is a presentation on the role of IP as a driver of growth in the agribusiness sector, the importance of plant variety protection in agricultural development in Africa. And so with us we have Ms. Yolanda Huerta Casado. She is Legal Counsel, Director of Training and Assistance in UPOV. In the WIPO, in UPOV in Switzerland. And we also have Mr. Getachew Mengisti Alemu, International IP Consultant based in the United States, but who has worked with us for several years. And we are happy to have you here with us, Mr. Mengisti. So if Yolanda is online, perhaps we can ask her to make her presentation. Can we connect to the WIPO screen? Because I saw the colleagues already there. Good. Thank you very much, Yolanda, for joining us. We're all ears. We're listening to you. Yolanda, we can't hear you.
now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Excellent. Very good. So, first of all, I would like to say a big thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this amazing program. I feel very honored. And I would like to just say it's a real pleasure to be with all of you. I wish I could be in Kigali, in Rwanda. I was there some years ago, and I see how wonderful country it is. So yes, just to say it's really an honor to be able to share with you some information about WIPO. And I would like to also convey a message that please, you can ask any question or comment after this introduction. Will be a brief introduction. You can do it in French or in English. That would be really a pleasure to engage with all of you. So maybe next slide, please. Loretta, can you confirm? Excellent. So what I would like to share with all of you today is just to provide you a little bit of helicopter view, the context, in relation to the work we do in WIPO, the International Union for the Protection of New Varieties of Plants. And then I'll come into why it is important in the particular agricultural sector. And I see that we discuss in agribusiness. So why it is important, WIPO, in that particular context. We know that a lot of work and jobs in Africa are related to this particular sector. And I'm sure that many of you play a key role in that. So bringing that into the context of the work in WIPO. And then the third part will be something that is very at the heart of all of us, how to address some of the challenges that the development of the agricultural sector is facing in the context of climate change. Because we know that some of the farmers and growers are facing, even with the same season, challenges in relation to drought, so lack of water, but then the same season maybe there are floods. So new varieties, those plants that are improved, would be able to provide some of the solutions to address matters that are very important for food production. So next. In the next slide, I wanted to give you the context because historically, as you can see from this graphic that was presented by the OECD, this organization gave some data where greater production meant greater land use. And as you can see, there was a decoupling after the 1960s. And you saw how the population is growing, and then also food production is growing, but the land use has been kept at the same level. So this is, in principle, a very key message that I would like to share with you. What is behind the fact that we can produce more to feed the population with less land? Maybe next slide, please. So this is the key message that I want to share with all of you. How to produce more and better with less land or less water. Again, if you can see this graphic, you can see that at the beginning the decoupling was actually the fact that it was possible to produce more with less was also used due to use of some inputs like pesticides and other elements that sometimes are not so good for the environment. But then, as you can see later on, more in the latest, in the 20s, then we can see how the gains that were obtained were actually due to efficiency gains. And what is behind the efficiency gains? So this is where the new plant varieties come into place. The fact that there are new groups of plants that have been developed by farmers, growers, by public research institutes, by small and medium-sized companies, in order to address the challenges that the farmers are facing and the needs for consumers. So this is the why, and that I would like to come to the why WIPO. Maybe next slide, please. This image has a lot of meaning for me because this is showing the flags of the WIPO members. those countries that have joined the WIPO community in order to cooperate with each other through the implementation of a treaty that addresses how to keep encouraging the development of new varieties of plants to meet the needs of society. Next slide, please. Next, please. Here you have the WIPO community. In green are the countries who are WIPO members, and not only countries are WIPO members, but also international organizations like the African Intellectual Property Organization, OAPI. I know that they are also supporting this program. And another organization that is also part of this program appears in brown because they are in the process also of engaging in matters concerning plant variety protection. They have the Arusha Protocol, and I know that Agribusiness is also engaged in providing incentives for this development of new varieties of plants, and hopefully the Arusha Protocol will enter into force very soon. So, but just to give you a taste of what are the more recent developments, you can see that there is a very dynamic, vibrant moment also for WIPO, because there is more awareness of the importance of plant variety protection as a tool for the development of the agricultural sector. And in that regard, now there are 97 states that apply the WIPO Convention. Next slide, please. I don't know if you feel the energy, but when I see this photo, really makes me really a big level of energy goes up. This was the first moment where actually one of our most recent WIPO members, Ghana, the Minister of Justice, was taking the floor to address the Council of WIPO, and after becoming a WIPO member. In this journey of Ghana becoming a WIPO member was a very challenging one, and I have to say very inspiring women were part of this journey at the legislative level, at the policy level, but also at the research, scientific, and also farmers and growers. And one of the key messages that came through that particular moment where Ghana took the floor was that Ghana's membership to WIPO is critical for its food and nutrition security, as well as meeting its national development goals. Let's look into what will be the development goals and how that relates to the agribusiness. Next slide, please. These are two key words that I want to share with you. Our role, each of us, for integrating a better life in a better planet. As it was mentioned by Loretta, each of us has a particular role in the value chain or creating awareness on how important it is to ensure global food security and supply, while at the same time we protect the environment. And new varieties of plants are part of the solution. How that could translate into some particular elements that will be meaningful for all of us. If we look into the rural areas, I will give you a couple of examples how the access to these new plant varieties, because there is a protection and there is an effective system, creates jobs, generates the creation of small, medium-sized companies, as the previous speaker mentioned. It's very important the role that these companies have in the distribution of these new varieties and the access to the market. And very important is creating new opportunities for the youth and more better access to goods and service and education, because when you have rural economic development, there are also other opportunities, and we have very good examples of how the fact that there is innovation in the agricultural sectors has brought these benefits in the rural sector. Then also in the cities, we see how the migration to the big cities and the population growth makes it more important to be able to produce more and to generate more choices for nutritious food, but also at affordable prices. And then also, very important for our lives also, how flowers also play a key role in also making our life better. And we have seen also developments on green cities, how to bring more this nature into the cities in the way that the buildings are constructed and some of the plants are developed into in the city areas. Next slide, please. I'm mindful of the time. Next slide. Thank you. I want to share with you a couple of examples, one from South Africa, and this is coming from Public Research Institute. I imagine there are also maybe some research and scientific women participating in this program. I would like to share with you, it's very important to protect the new varieties that are developed by public funds, because that enables public-private partnerships and sitting into negotiating table, as it was mentioned by Loretta. Here is one example in relation to citrus. So as you see, this Public Research Center in South Africa, they develop new varieties of orange, lemon, mandarin, and one of the key elements in the negotiating the licensing agreement is to ensure that when they license to companies to produce these varieties, there is a requirement that they need to involve the small holders, growers, into the value chain. So really to make it sure that they're also going to give these opportunities to develop this particular economic sector. That is very important from a public and policy perspective. Next slide. I would like in the couple of next slides share with you the success story of Kenya, how they have developed a vibrant sector that has created a lot of wealth, as you can see, 1.1 billion in 2020, by producing high standard quality flowers. And this is possible because there is a constant flow of improved rose varieties being protected in Kenya. And then also that creates job opportunities in the rural sector. Next slide, please. Here we can see how skilled women that are working in this particular sector and creating also better quality of life for their own families are estimated at employment around 500,000, but also impacts in the value chain around 2 million livelihoods because of all the production, distribution, and export and import linked to this particular sector. Now, very briefly, I think I still have a couple of minutes. I would like just to conclude with some reflections in relation to climate change. Next slide, please. Then, in relation to climate change, we had a recent seminar that was organized at the WIPO level, and there are very valuable presentations coming from different countries in the world, reflecting some of the key, I will say, findings on what is being done by the public and private sector in relation to address some of the challenges in the agricultural sector linked to climate change. Next slide, please. I would like to report on a result of a survey done by the World Farmers Organization. So it has a wide membership, and one of the key objectives of the World Farmers Organization are youth and women. This is the center, I would say, how to make agricultural, a vibrant and dynamic environment to address some of the key challenges that youth and women are facing in this particular sector. But in relation to climate change, there was a survey done to its membership, and from more than 8 of the 10 farmers that were surveyed, I would say this is the percentage, there was really identified that for this community of farmers, plant variety protection and improved varieties were very important to respond to climate change. And here we have some examples on how some varieties address weather drought, salinity, too much sun, or lack of water. And as I said before, sometimes farmers may face several of these for the same crop in the same season. So next slide. This is one data from this international symposium on how plant variety protection and new varieties address matters to mitigate or to produce more in the context of climate change. And this data comes from Kenya, showing the importance of climate smart varieties and disease tolerant varieties that are very important for food security. Sometimes some of the problems with climate change, too much water or less, may also develop into new diseases that were not identified before. And this is why it is important to have varieties, so group of plants that are resistant to those diseases. So I would like just to conclude as a closing remark with an image about a call to all of you in your area of influence. Next slide, and this is my conclusion. It will be an invitation on how we can work together for a better life in this planet in the context of climate change. You can see in this image on the left, previously the main objective was to produce more and more, even that the cost was very high on the environment. Now, thanks to the development of new varieties, it's possible to develop new varieties that make it compatible to produce more with less land, less water, and then also to conserve, I will say, the natural habitat. So thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to interact with you, whether now or after the conference. I think Loretta has my email, so whether me or the WIPO team here in Geneva, will be a pleasure to provide any support you need in your projects. Thank you. I see your hands clapping, but I cannot hear you. It's a pity not being with you. I would love to be with you.
Thank you very much, Yolanda, for that very important presentation. Now, I think that the questions, like we said, because we have not really managed the morning well, I think the questions will be put together and we will all be able to address them as we go along. We just want to make sure that this time gap that we had in the morning is filled in in a best way possible. So let me kindly invite Mr. Getachew Alemu Mengisti to take the floor and address us with his presentation. Before he starts and as he makes his way towards the podium, I just wanted to announce the couple of changes that we have made to the program, just so that we are able to double up on the timing that we have. So after Mr. Mengisti's presentation, we will take a break for lunch. But the lunch, instead of, we were supposed to go for lunch between, I think it was 1:30 to 2:30. But now that we're already halfway there, we will take a break at 1:15 and go for lunch, come back at 2 o'clock, and then we will start the session that was supposed to be presented at 11:30. We will have session 3 at 2, from 2 to 3. Then we will have session 4 from 3 to 4. Then we will have session 5 from 4 to 5:30. So we will have ample time to do the practical examples or exercises, and we'll have more time to engage also. So I think these are the short measures we have taken to ensure that everybody is heard, but then also we make good use of the time. So thank you so much for your attention. Mr. Alemu, please. Please give him a round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon and bonjour. While they display my slides, I will share some of the stories that I learned from the great entrepreneurs that we have today. I learned a lot from entrepreneurs from Ethiopia, Zambia, Malawi, and Ghana. And their story is very powerful. Their story is very powerful. The products that they displayed shows that they are creators and innovators. But the problem here is, I asked each of those entrepreneurs, and I learned that they haven't protected the result of their mental faculty. Do you mean do you know what the consequence of this is? Those results can be freely used by anybody that doesn't spare labor, time, and cost. Moreover, these great people who have really invested their time, labor, and resources get no reward, no recognition at all. By the way, you know, being in Africa, I see a number of intellectual property assets that are generated by great African minds, but those assets are not protected. I can give you such stories from Uganda, Namibia, and I mean, you can give me a name of a country, I can tell you such story. But today, I will not focus on those such stories, but demonstrate to you the significance of protecting intellectual property and owning a right over your product. And I also feel that there are a number of technological challenges that you entrepreneurs are facing. And those challenges can be addressed using the technology in the public domain. You know, we have an award winner from Zambia. I mean, if you could borrow me a product. This is soya flour. I think this is a great product. I see a process involved in here. The question that I posed to her is, have you managed to really define the process involved in it, and if it is new, protect it through patents? She told me that is not the case. But the good thing is, unlike many of the entrepreneurs that I consulted, she managed to register the brand as a trademark. So there is a success story and a sad story. But many of the entrepreneurs, they have great products, and some of them are using brands in marketing those products, but the brands and the technical solution involved in the development of the product is not protected. So my task is to demonstrate the role of intellectual property in addressing this, because you don't have time. I don't know, haven't you managed to have my slide? Okay, if you haven't, maybe I may also look at the product that I showed you. You know, in here, she had the processed flour, and she also managed to pack her product and market it. But still, I would assume that there could be a technological problem in here that can be addressed. Maybe, what is the shelf life of this product? Assuming that the shelf life of this product is 5 months, for example. The technological challenge that you will have is how to lengthen the shelf life of the product. And there are technologies out there that can be used in addressing the problem and increasing the shelf life of the product. You know, I can assure you, many of the technological problems that we in Africa are facing can be addressed using the technology that is freely available in the public domain. We can access those technology using national, regional, and international patent databases. But the significance of those is not known, and that resource is not being used to address the technological challenges that we are having. So I try to identify a success story from Africa. By the way, there are success stories that demonstrate in concrete terms the significance of accessing and using technologies in the public domain. So I took an example from an English-speaking African country, Zambia, how the technology that is available in the public domain was used to address the problem that farmers in Zambia had faced. I will share that story. In fact, the reason behind that is you as an entrepreneur. You can have a technological challenge, and those challenges can be addressed using the technologies that are out there. And I also noted that you have innovations, you have creative works, but those are not protected. And some of the entrepreneurs also explained to me that they would like to exploit their products, maximize their benefits. That would be made possible by protecting the intellectual property assets. Okay, now already the slide is here, so I'll go through the slides. Could you go to the first slide, please? No, this is about branding, you know. This is a different slide. I mean, this is for tomorrow. Yeah, the role of IP as a driver of growth in agribusiness. I think each of the entrepreneurs here are in agribusiness. You are in the agriculture sector. Maybe could you go to the next slide, please? I think the significance of agriculture is well known to you, and the officials that made a remark this morning had also reflected the significance of agriculture. You know, it's the backbone of the economy of many of the African countries. It accounts for a large share of the GDP. It is a source of employment and livelihood of the majority population, a source of foreign exchange earning, supply of raw materials for the local industries. And compared to other sectors, you know, agriculture is an engine of long-term economic growth and development in a number of African countries. By the way, this can be appreciated by looking at the factors of production, namely capital, labor, and land. Capital is scarce in our respective countries. On the other hand, labor and land are abundant. So by strengthening the agricultural sector, we can enhance the socio-economic development of our countries. Next slide, please. But in spite of this, the agricultural sector is weak. By the way, we are not in a position to meet the food requirements of the ever-growing population, and generates worlds. Thank you so much. Generate worlds to meet the input requirements of the sector, as well as support other sectors. And when you look at other areas like malnutrition, malnutrition is a serious problem in many of the African countries. And the number of malnourished and the number of people living below the poverty line, namely less than $1 a day, is increasing. And when you look at the share of Africa in the global agricultural market, you would see that share has decreased, and the share of Africa is negligible. You know, in the 1960s, the continent had a share of 8%. Do you know how much the share of Africa today is? Barely 3%. So we can identify a number of factors that contribute to the poor performance of the sector. This include low agricultural productivity, as well as problems linked to marketing. And intellectual property can address each of these problems. You know, intellectual property would stimulate the creation and exploitation of agricultural products, including the products that we saw today. But as I indicated earlier on, we have not protected the fruits of our labor, so that would mean that our products can be freely used and exploited by others. You have the need to expand your market, but if you have no right over your product, you may not be able to expand your market. In fact, I would like some of your products not only to be confined in your respective country, but also to countries in Africa, as well as the different countries in the world. That could be made possible using intellectual property. And I also mentioned that the various technological challenges that you and other compatriots in the continent facing can be addressed using the technologies that are in the public domain. Intellectual property may also play a role in facilitating the transfer of technology and acquisition of improved new plant varieties. It will strengthen the competitiveness position of the entrepreneurs in the market, as well as enhance not only their income, but the income of players in the value chain, as well as the country. And we have success stories that demonstrate each of the roles of IP in Africa. But for the purpose of this forum, I will focus on the role of intellectual property in protecting the fruits of our labor, as well as in addressing our technological problems and meeting our needs using the technology that's available in the public domain. So I took two examples, one from a French-speaking African country to demonstrate the significance of protecting intellectual property assets. And the other is an example from Zambia in addressing the problem that Zambian farmers have faced. I think some of the colleagues from the Western Africa would be familiar with fonio. You know, fonio is the oldest cereal. You are familiar with it, yeah? Yes. And you know, the beauty of fonio is it can grow in dry areas and in nutrient-poor soils. It doesn't require fertilizer. It doesn't require pesticide. And it can survive under harsh climatic conditions. And by the way, fonio is rich in protein, iron, and fiber. And it enables to meet the nutrition requirements of the people. Fonio is also a healthy cereal. It helps us to prevent obesity. By the way, obesity is a problem. In fact, we are beginning to see this problem in some of the African countries. And it also helps to prevent diseases such as diabetes. But the problem with fonio is the production, harvesting, and processing is labor-intensive, time-consuming, and expensive. Farmers use hand hoe to sow fonio and a cycle to harvest it. So you can imagine how laborsome the production and the harvesting process is. And removing the husks of fonio would take time. Say, for example, to remove husks from 2 kilograms of fonio takes hours. And if you want to have fonio enough to meet the needs of the family or a group in the community, it would take days. And the other problem with fonio is the removal of the husking or the processing of the product would require water, which is getting scarce in many of the African countries. And because of this problem, farmers were forced to grow non-traditional crops, such as maize, because they are less time-consuming and take less labor compared to fonio. So this is good. But these crops have their own limitations. They may not withstand challenges caused, say, for example, by climate change, like drought. As a result of this, there were instances where the food insecurity situation of the country was forced. So thanks to a Senegalese inventor who knew the value of fonio, as well as the challenges involved in the processing of fonio. So he developed a fonio husking machine. I told you to remove the husk of 2 kilograms, it takes 2 hours. But with this machine, it takes 6 or 7 minutes. You can imagine the difference that the machine has brought. And the Senegalese inventor had patented his invention. And the patent enabled the inventor to exploit his technology not only in Senegal, but also in other West African countries. Had it not been patented, he wouldn't have been in a position to exploit it on his own in his country, in Senegal, because other Senegalese might also duplicate that machine and put it into the market. The same would hold true in other Western African countries. But patent had enabled to address this problem. So when I talked to some of the entrepreneurs, and I picked up the technological solution that they put into their market, and when I learned that those solutions are not protected, I really feel sad. Because somebody who hasn't invested in those products would benefit. But you guys would be a loser. And we need to prevent that from happening. And we have to really take a lesson from this guy. And the entrepreneurs that I also consulted, they told me that they would like to exploit their products in as widely as possible. But if you haven't protected, then someone else would use it. So the message, the lesson that you may draw from the Senegalese inventor experience is to really protect your intellectual property asset. And let me share with you the experience that I observed today, as well as the experience that I observed when talking to African researchers and scientists. We Africans are very open and welcoming, So we welcome and tell whatever story linked to our product. In fact, I may tell you a sad story from a country which I don't want to name. In that country, the researchers at the Agricultural Research Institutes welcomed their foreign colleagues. Those researchers developed technology and a prototype that would deal with the problem of fruit flies that have been affecting the quality of the fruits. That methodology and the tool help us to attract the flies and kill them. So when those foreign colleagues came, they welcomed them and they explained what they did, and they demonstrated the technology from A to Z. Do you know what they found later on? They found their colleagues protected that technology and exploiting it. See, I don't want this to happen. In fact, when I asked some of your colleagues, I took pictures of your product. I asked permission. Without your permission, I can't take that picture. So you have to really know how valuable your assets are, and you have to protect them. I can give you a parallel story. I had the opportunity of visiting a factory in one of the developed countries. And they let us see how the factory ran from top view. And I tried to take picture. And when I tried to develop and print the picture, I found a blank picture. So they have incorporated something in that mirror, but they didn't tell me. Let alone visiting a factory or a laboratory, even in some of the places, you may have this notice, access to authorized personnel only. But with us, we welcome. So we, in fact, one message that I would like you to really take home is really to appreciate this and ensure that your asset is well protected. By the way, patent protection had also helped the Senegalese inventor to secure support and recognition from a number of organizations, including the African Development Foundation and the World Bank, who made available resources that would help the inventor to produce and market many of the fonio husking machine. So by protecting, you can also attract the potential investor. You know, in fact, when during the coffee break, I had a very productive conversation with the entrepreneur from Dar es Salaam and a young entrepreneur from Ghana. And in fact, the young entrepreneur from Ghana told me that there is an organization that is interested to partner with her. That would be made possible if that technology is patented. So my message here is, please try to appreciate what you have developed. Please try to protect it and ensure that you have ownership over it. I mean, this is a lesson that we may draw from the Senegal experience. The other problem, as I said, I mean, you are entrepreneurs, you are creators, you are innovators. In the course of dealing with problems associated to your products, you will encounter technological bottlenecks. And those can be addressed using the technology that is out there. Please, you know, I would like you to note that patent is territorial in nature. Any technology that is not protected in your country, as far as it concerns you, is free. You can exploit it. And the beauty in Africa is less than 0.02 or 3%, which is patented in Africa. Do you mean what it means? I can use it. Yeah? And okay, forget the technology that is currently protected. I can assure you, you know, I mean, during the discussion, raise whatever technological challenges that you are facing. I can do the search and produce technology that is out there that can be freely used by you. So this is also the resource that I would like you to know and make use of it. And to demonstrate the significance of this, we have success stories from countries like Ethiopia, Egypt, and Zambia. But for the purpose of this, I take the Zambian success story as an example. You know, agriculture in Zambia is the second most important pillar of the economy. And the agriculture is dominated by small-scale producers, and it depends on rain. When there is a shortage of rain, say for example during the dry season, food and water shortage have been a problem. In fact, this forced the farmers to work millions to fetch water to meet the water requirements of their family and the livestock. In fact, the farmers were also forced to go to urban areas in search of employment opportunity to generate income to meet the household requirements. But thanks to the WIPO, Appropriate Technology Project, you know, the country benefited from that, and appropriate technologies were selected from the patent databases out there. And an appropriate technology related to a water harvesting technology was selected, adapted, and implemented in Zambia. And the impact of the use of this is well explained by the chief. So let me read what the chief said. The water harvesting project is making a real difference to the lives of community members. Our farmers can now grow crops and can feed their families and their animals during the dry season. We are even thinking about starting to use our water supplies to farm fish. What a great story. You know, look the impact. And this impact was made possible by using the technology in the public domain for free. Why don't we make use of this resource, address our technological challenges, and contribute not only to the betterment of us, but to the local community and the country at large? So the message that I have to you is try to identify whatever technological problems that you have. And my advice to you is don't try to waste your time, labor, and resource in reinventing the technologies that is already available. Try to make use of the technologies that is already available and exploit it. So I would be here for the next 3 days, and I would be very glad to sit with you, listen your stories, and advise you and guide you on how to use intellectual property. In fact, I was very much impressed when Loretta indicated that this conference is different from forums that aim at creating intellectual property awareness. It is a conference that is intended to promote the use of intellectual property and empowering you, the great African entrepreneurs. So try to really take advantage of this, and because the future of Africa lies in you. By dealing with the problem that you are facing, will empower you. The empowerment of you is the empowerment of the family. The empowerment of the family is the empowerment of the community and the country at large. So I see a bright Africa in the future, and it's in your hands. And with the little intervention and with the little support, I can assure you we can make a difference. Maybe if WIPO would organize a follow-up forum to see what has been done and the changes that have been registered by using IP, we will listen so many stories that will not only be shared in Africa to fellow entrepreneurs, but to the world at large. So you can contact me when I'm here, but you can also, please feel free to send me an email message. I would like to do my level best. Yes, I'm not a woman, but you can count with me. I am a supporter of the women. So I'm at your disposal. Thank you so much.
Okay, I can. You want to invite them to show? You want to invite them to lunch? They should go.
Two. Thank you, Mr. Getachew, for this presentation. I think it's more clear. Thank you, Madam Sanas, and also the presenter from WIPO, Huerta. And now we are going to take our lunch and come back at 2, just a few minutes to take the lunch and come back here to continue with the session. Merci beaucoup, mesdames. On se retrouve à 14h, je crois, pour continuer la session. Thank you. The lunch is on top, the roof top. I think you know the place. You experienced the place before. It's just the top level, rooftop. It's the last. Thank you.
And these go through my contracts, and after I did most of my research and had a few workshops that gave us information on the path, and it got to a point where I had wanted to upscale. So I was looking for ways and means just to raise funds. So I approached an investor I actually auditioned for Dragon's Den. Yes. So before that, I was lucky to get one of the Dragon's Den judges mentor me. So it was during the mentorship, the first thing she said is, I wouldn't speak to you without a trademark. So she put me in touch with a trademark lawyer, and I did trademark my company. She did write a few contracts for me. So I usually would hand it out and before I should get anything. And I didn't know something simple as there were times where I would ask somebody, can you take pictures? And I thought the pictures were mine, till I was told, no, the pictures are not yours. You're going to have to let somebody sign the contract that would give you the rights to the pictures. So I learned all these things, and I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I continue to learn, and I hope to get more information from here.
Thank you so much. I can continue asking so many questions because this is a very interesting and progressing case. My last question, before we move on to the next speaker and then have the interaction, is, do you have any employees working with you? How would you do the relationships, because the ownership issue is a really tricky one. It's just one of the most important issues under, IP protection, so yeah.
Well, I have been doing most of the work myself, and I don't have any workers with me, but recently, since I have upskilled, I had to look into hiring someone to manufacture on a large scale. So I did have a non-disclosure, which a lawyer drew for me, because what I'm doing, I couldn't have a patent for it because it's something that is already out there. That was what I was told. So I did have a non-disclosure where I had him sign it, and we are going to be in the process of where he's going to be manufacturing very soon. Yeah.
Great to hear that, because normally often, before protecting your rights, when even sometimes you don't have enough funds in place, so you need investors to help you to protect your IP rights. And because businesses are not aware of these non-disclosure requirements, they make a huge mistake. And I remember that once I had a client who had sent a sample of his food product to Russia. He was really, somehow happy and at the same time stressed to sell his product. So before starting to do any sort of IP protection in terms of trademark or patent or having non-disclosure agreements in place, he just sent the sample, and it was like a food product, and it could be really easily analyzed. So this is also a very valid point, that before you start any sort of collaboration with potential investors or employees, internal or external resources, to have appropriate contractual frameworks in place. So, and the challenges that you face?
Well, the challenges is getting financial support, and it hasn't been easy, and also trying to get into the stores. And like I said, I've researched, I've got through grants, I've entered contests anywhere I could find any, and also to get into the bigger stores, I have pitched and I have stalked buyers on LinkedIn. I make sure I look for the buyer of a company and follow them, and I continue to like their comments. And then when I feel comfortable, I have my box here, which I put my products that I feel would sell in their store, and put in a bit about my business, my capability statement, and a little bit about the business and the products. And I send it over to them. And I've been lucky that I've got quite a number of responses back. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You did a great job. You are doing a great job.
I was nervous.
Let's continue the conversation afterwards, but so proud of you. Well done.
Thank you.
And looking forward to hearing more success from you.
Thanks.
So we have, now Japan. Okay, so now we have Japanese lady, a woman in business, agribusiness, online with us. So yeah, if we can, yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kato, you're online.
Yes? Yes?
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, so it's okay to start?
Yes, yes, you can start.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yoriko Kato, CEO of M Square Lab in Japan. And is it okay? So I started it 14 years ago. Like this equation, agriculture, times by any goal happy. I created some businesses in agriculture aiming to solve social issue and make a life happier. So today I'm going to share with you how I created agriculture businesses and how to utilize IP. And introducing myself, you can see the document. Then at university, I did research on agriculture machinery and plant factories. So after graduating, I moved on to mechanical engineering and researched and developed industrial robots. After that, during that time, I gave birth to 2 children. And as a mother, I wanted to do something more earth-friendly and useful to society. So I found our company, M Lab. So next page, please. So now our agriculture business is shown here. So one is supply chain management called Vegibus, and another one is human resource development business that utilize agriculture management. So children how to do agriculture, then learn how to live or grown up. And also, I have owned farms and grow China chives. Then now a business we currently developing in-house is mobility service. It's a robot. Then robots that make farming using small carts and robots that facilitate movement and transportation in rural areas. In Japan, the population is rapidly declining and the number of farmers is decreasing sharply with the aging of the population. So there is a need for agriculture that utilizes technologies. So we are doing that. And the first challenge I faced on agriculture, next please. I faced was that farmers were not earning enough to live on. So it's the same problem, I guess, as with you. And looking at the current supply chain, and I passed through many stages from the farmers to the consumers. So during these processes, the information about who made it and where it was made disappears, and also cheating also happens. So for example, this product is domestic, made in Japan, but it's not. It's from another countries. But the price is domestic farming product is high, so that's why some people cheating. And also the opinion of consumers are not returned to farmers, so farmers don't know their product is good or not. In other words, the separation of production areas and consuming areas due to the division of labor and the severing of relationship of trust is the fundamental factor cause that must be resolved. So
instead of one-way value chain, next page, please. So instead of a one-way value chain, we thought it's better to have the value cycle between three parties: suppliers, producers, and consumers. Then it worked very well with restaurants and shops increase their sales, and farmers also increase their sales. So trust between three parties is the basis of business, and so it's natural result to the increase in sales. So however, shipping costs have gone up. So the second challenge is this. Next slide, please. Yeah, delivery cost is too expensive. Then I created Agribusiness, supply chain business, which is a system integrated information sharing and joint delivery to foster trust among farmers and buyers and consumers. So here how it works. Oh, next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, in the next one. One more. One next, yes, thank you. So here's how it works. So it's e-commerce site. So buyer order through the internet a vegetable to the farmer, and the farmer ship it to we call it bus stop near the farmer, where a truck driver pick up and deliver to the buyer's bus stop. So bus stops are places where vegetables are loaded or unloaded to a truck, and can be anywhere, such as supermarket, post office, schools, city halls, anywhere. So we assume that it would be possible to deploy it any area, and so we thought about asking other company to operate it. So to do that, I applied for patent IP. And here is the process to acquire patent. Oh, next page, please. Yeah, currently, so Agribusiness has started in 13 prefectures in Japan. And this year, I think that about 5 more areas will be started. Next one, please. So in supermarkets, our corner of Agribusiness is like this, set up like this. So supermarkets just only buy vegetables from us. They also make efforts to tell appeal of vegetables, how to produce or who made it, like that, to consumers in order to prevent food loss. So we call it not a deal, but a cooperation. Next, please. Yeah, also we also taking a challenge of creating a system that's cyclic value. It's a system that delivers product information from producer to buyers and consumers, and return consumers to evaluation to producers. And you can see the distance on the product level. The distance from the production area to consumption area is displayed. So consumers can choose more near site. Then you can, cooperate to decrease CO2 carbon dioxide. Yeah, next one, please. And also, so vegibasu, it's vegetable, but starting with vegetable, but now we are delivering fish as well. So since we are in logistic business, we can do things like this. Next one, please. And also we also considering expanding overseas. Actually, the talk of developing it in Kenya, but it was put on hold due to COVID-19. So maybe in a few years again, I hope. So next one, please. Yeah, Vegibus cooperates with many local people like these. For example, you may provide your stockyard as a bus stop or support sales, or have producers discuss how to improve quality or balance items to be sold better, something like that. So therefore, I think the Vegibus is community OS. It's like a Windows OS or iOS based on food as a medium in a community. So next one, please. And one thing I think it's very important things I want to share with you. When collaborating with people from various standpoints, the different standpoints, it's very important to determine which strengths we should protect in terms of IP. This is because it's likely that all our ideas will be taken by organizations with large capital or higher authorities. We are very small, so tend to be like that. So this is a diagram when the function of agriculture are divided into competition, cooperation, and sharing. So Vegibasu fits in with collaborative marketing sales and collaborative logistics. So in other words, our strength lies on the basic function of platform, which can be organized as LP. So next one, please. So in any case, in today's society where the future is unpredictable, so the path to the future will not open if we continue to follow the method so far. I believe that it's important to be smart and work as a team and move towards solution by connecting each person with awareness of the same issues. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kato, for your wonderful experience and sharing your past. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, you are still connected. Okay, good. So I didn't understand well if and how you have an IP policy in place, because you are quite doing an amazing job, diverse products. And are you only active in Japan, or do you have export like a strategy as well? How do you deal with your IP components? Because you have the trademark part, patent part. So how would you deal with your corporate or your firm IP strategy? Do you have any strategy in place, or are you planning to develop one?
Okay, so my strategy is, as I said in the presentation, is we tend to cooperate with big companies in Japan. So I have to acquire patents before cooperating with them. Otherwise, they, grab some ideas or in bad words, but they can steal easy my ideas. So before cooperating with big companies, then we acquire patents before that.
So if I understood correctly, you don't have an IP strategy in place yet if you want to negotiate with your potential partners, because you were mentioning that partnership and collaboration is really important for you to expand your market. So what I mean by developing an IP strategy or internal IP policy within your firm is that, okay, registering your patent is one step to preserve your rights, but at the same time, the contracts that you can, like, I think we were discussing non-disclosure contracts today, so having non-disclosure agreements in place when you negotiate and talk with your investors, and also if you establish any sort of, I don't know, joint collaboration, or at a later stage if you want to have expanded business in Japan or beyond. So this is one thing, because the ownership issue, as you mentioned, it's not only about patent registration, but you have to be also careful about the ownership, so that, I mean, interacting with your employees and also with the external consultant and also the people that you work with, so that you can just define each and every step of the project that you will be doing, who will be the owner of the IP rights, either the trademark, patent, if you have developed softwares, copyright issues, your know-how and trade secret, and etc. Thank you so much. We have really limited time, so we have to move to our another speaker.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Ok, donc notre prochaine madame, c'est Madame Rabiata. Si vous pouvez présenter, if you can present yourself, your firm. And thank you so much for being with us. Please share with us the journey that you took, the strategies that you have in place in case there is any, and if you have started to protect your IP right, what is the stage of your business that you're taking at the moment? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Sana. Et moi, je m'appelle Rabi Arzika, c'est mon petit nom. Et j'ai fondé en 2017 une unité pour la transformation de l'huile d'arachide. En fait, je suis dans le processus de transformation de l'arachide en huile, en pâte et puis en viennoiserie à base d'arachide. Et bon, elle a parlé de mon parcours. En tout cas, j'ai commencé à travailler en 1995 comme diplomate. Et j'ai travaillé pour le Luxembourg. Et après des années de financement et d'accompagnement des pays, surtout des pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, le Luxembourg a beaucoup financé le secteur de l'artisanat. Et cette expérience, en tout cas avec les artisans, m'a beaucoup inspiré de créer une entreprise, in fine, de créer une entreprise dans le secteur de la transformation. Et aujourd'hui, en tout cas, parlant du sujet qui nous réunit ici, et je voudrais, je ne sais pas si panéliste peut poser question à panéliste, parce que j'ai découvert beaucoup de choses ce matin, en tout cas, qui m'ont fait découvrir que j'ai fait beaucoup de choses sans savoir même que c'était de la propriété intellectuelle, parce que le système de la propriété intellectuelle est arrivé dans mon pays, le Niger, en 2012, qu'on a mis en place le service. Et je pense qu'il y a seulement 3 ans ou 3 mois, disons, que réellement le service de l'OAPI fonctionne bien chez nous. Et je découvre qu'en vérité, qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui nous manquaient pour que nous puissions aller très vite. Aujourd'hui, on parle de la ZLECAF, on parle de l'industrialisation de l'Afrique. La propriété intellectuelle, elle s'impose à nous si on veut aller dans l'industrialisation. Moi, ce que j'ai fait au niveau de mon unité, d'abord c'est par là que j'ai commencé, parce que je connais tous les travers qu'on vit dans le secteur de l'artisanat avec le vol des modèles, des dessins. Donc du coup, quand j'ai commencé d'abord par enregistrer mon nom commerciale, la marque de mon huile avant même de commencer à mettre sur le marché. Et donc, en 2023, en tout cas cette année, on a pu même enregistrer notre propre conditionnement, le dessin de notre bouteille qui est mis sur le marché. Donc, tout ça, c'est pour nous prémunir, parce que même au niveau de l'OAPI, le service au Niger, ça s'appelle Agence de la promotion de la propriété intellectuelle. Eux-mêmes, on dirait qu'ils ne maîtrisent pas très bien. Entre ce que j'ai entendu ce matin et ce que nous entendons tous les jours, je trouve qu'il y a un fossé. Mais toujours est-il dit que aujourd'hui, nous les accompagnons en tant que structure, nous accompagnons à enregistrer. Nous avons fait enregistrer la marque et le nom commercial un défi global. Un défi global au niveau de notre organisation. Pour nous, vous ne pouvez pas dire qu'une femme transformatrice va être sur le marché international sans protéger sa marque, sans protéger son nom commercial. Donc, on en a fait un défi interne de notre organisation, au-delà de mon unité. En fait, j'essaie de me mettre à jour pour servir de référence à ceux qui travaillent avec moi. Et donc, maintenant, à l'intérieur de la certification, c'est que ce matin, j'ai entendu Sana parler de la protection des données. En effet, moi, je travaille beaucoup sur la protection des données, parce que je suis économiste de formation, sur la préservation des données, parce que j'ai compris que c'est un outil pour moi. Mais je ne savais même pas que ça fait partie du processus de la protection intellectuelle. Et donc, nous avons réussi aujourd'hui à mettre tout le dispositif, même nos états financiers sont certifiés. Parce que nous travaillons, chaque jour, ce que j'ai dit à mes collaborateurs, nous voulons un jour être en bourse. Si vous voulez être en bourse, comme entreprise, vous devez avoir tous ces procédés-là en place. Maintenant, la préoccupation que nous n'avons pas pu résoudre au niveau de notre unité à cette date, c'est la certification de la formule. Parce que l'huile d'arachide, en particulier, qui est notre produit phare, l'huile d'arachide, c'est une huile qui ne tient pas longtemps si elle n'est pas formulée. Donc, c'est une huile souvent 6 mois, 8 mois maxi, selon les conditions dans lesquelles on conserve l'huile, elle perd sa saveur de base. Et donc, actuellement, nous sommes en train de travailler sur ça. Et comme j'apprends qu'on peut certifier la formule, donc on va aller vers là où on va trouver la bonne information pour trouver la formule certifiée de notre huile. Surtout, je remarque de plus en plus ici en Afrique que pratiquement c'est l'arachide qui est la matière première avec laquelle les femmes travaillent. Les femmes en Afrique, surtout en Afrique de l'Ouest, on a beaucoup de femmes qui sont de l'huile d'arachide. Ça veut dire qu'il y a trop de compétition. La seule chose qui puisse nous maintenir et nous permettre d'aller très loin, c'est de rendre scientifique tout ce que nous faisions au sein de notre entreprise. Et maintenant, sur l'étendue de notre réseau des femmes africaines transformatrices, et en tout cas pour le cas du Niger, dont pour l'instant j'y travaille, et nous avons, à moins de 3 ans, 10 ans, on a travaillé seulement à pouvoir accompagner les femmes vers la certification des marques. Les femmes ont déjà aujourd'hui compris chez nous qu'il faut certifier la marque, qu'il faut protéger la marque. Donc, beaucoup de femmes sont en train de faire enregistrer leur marque, le nom commercial. Maintenant, c'est cette concurrence rude où les gens trichent sur les modèles, sur ton produit, parce que nous faisons pratiquement la même chose. C'est transformation du céréales, transformation. Donc, les gens souvent, moi j'ai mis le nom en langue française, quelqu'un va mettre en langue peul, et puis il me vole mon produit comme ça. Et donc, je ne sais pas, peut-être plus tard, quand on va discuter avec le Dr Sana, qu'on va comprendre comment préserver ce genre de situation où quelqu'un prend ton produit, mais il change le nom dans une autre langue, et puis il te vole ton produit. Et donc, l'OAPI, elle couvre seulement, selon moi, c'est que l'information que j'ai, l'OAPI ne couvre que 17 pays africains. En tout cas, moi, on m'a dit qu'en certifiant ma marque, sur 17 pays de l'Afrique, personne ne peut me voler. alors que nous avons 54 pays. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire aujourd'hui avec les CAF, nous sommes exposés, même nous qui sommes certifiés, parce que les pays qui n'est pas couvert par cette certification peuvent très bien voler ma marque. Donc j'aimerais vraiment que peut-être ceux qui sont là aussi puissent me répondre. Et donc pour l'instant, en tout cas nous, c'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Maintenant, évidemment, au niveau des huiles Naïba, qui est notre société, nous travaillons avec les femmes rurales. Ce matin, j'ai bel et bien entendu de les exposer comment aider les femmes rurales à certifier ou à protéger leurs produits. Et donc, on n'est pas parvenu à ça compte tenu des coûts. Parce que ça aussi, il faut tenir compte de ça. Les prix que l'OAPI demande aux jeunes de verser ou au niveau des certifications des normes, et les femmes, au niveau où nous sommes, ce n'est pas toutes les femmes qui ont cette capacité d'injecter cet argent, même si on sait que ça a des bonnes perspectives en termes de marché à l'international. Et donc, nous couvrons ces femmes. Donc, les femmes que nous, de notre société, nous travaillons avec, je travaille présentement avec 11 communes dans mon pays, 11 communes où les femmes, elles produisent l'huile avec nos conditions, notre label, et nous ramenons ça à notre niveau pour embouteiller, donc sous notre marque. Et donc, tous les procédures de production sont selon les procédures de notre société mère. Donc, c'est en tout cas à ce niveau que nous arrivons à entraîner les femmes rurales à comprendre que dans tous les cas, il y a quelque chose qui se fait en arrière-plan si on veut aller très loin. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Merci beaucoup, Madame Rabiatou. Quite amazing remarks. You're a pioneer and a mentor at the same time.
Yeah.
It's so good to see that you are doing different components and you are seeing IP as a necessity for your business, for your own business, and also empowering others. So this is amazing to hear. Few points to address is that, as you mentioned, the very first thing is that if you want to enter export markets, you have to protect your IP rights there, no matter what the IP is. Patent, trademark, design. You have to, or GI, which is under development. But again, another thing that I'm seeing with businesses is that before entering the market, you should do the market analysis to see how much business you can have there. Because oftentimes it has happened to me. Someone refers to me for protection of the trademark through WIPO Madrid system in more than 30 countries, while the firm doesn't have even one single customer in those targeted markets. So you have to analyze the market in terms of the market potentials together with the infringement potentials, you know, like how much your product or your brand or your services could be subject to infringement in a respective market. This is one thing, and you also mentioned the protection of the data, the trade secret, and the information of your business, either through contractual framework, which is the legal framework to protect, and also some other, for example, establishing the security measures or some non-legal measures in order to be able to protect their rights. And in 2012, there was a survey done in European Union interviewing a few pharmaceutical companies to see up to what extent that the companies have been using patents for protection of pharmaceutical products and up to what extent they're using trade secret mechanism in terms of using the contracts or security measure. At the time, because European Union wanted to evaluate if they need a new EU directive in place in order to provide more protection to the pharma sector. And apparently, pharmaceutical sector, they're using a lot of protection of trade secrets. So maybe when you talk about pharmaceutical, everyone would think that no, patent is prevailing. But at the time, according to the survey that EU did, was that protection of trade secrets. So this is another very important component that is not oftentimes taken into consideration. Thank you so much. So moving to our last amazing woman here, Madame Joy. I don't know, yeah, there is the problem with the If you can switch on your, it's really difficult to speak like and turn around. Yeah, so Joy. Now I think it would be working. Okay, so Joy, over to you. We know each other, I think, almost 1 year now. So you've been quite active in terms of, community engagement and linking everyone together. And you have your own, you're a woman entrepreneur and a pioneer in your field. So please, if you can share with us the past you've been through, what you're doing, what you're gonna do, and in terms of IP, what are the steps that you are taking or you're willing to take? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The opportunity again, I did talk a lot in the morning, but I specified with the IP. But maybe most of you don't know me and the organization because we are private sector, which is also, it should be pattern and everything else, which is the Africa Women in Trade. And we've been there for now 3 years following the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And our aim basically is to make sure that and it's so important to understand where it comes from because, and I've put some brochures with my African Women in Trade, I've put some brochures on the table to dig deeper because we are for over 15 years, going 16, African women in Europe. We came up with the idea we want to come back to the continent and do something very impactful and supporting not in a non-profit, but in a way to be part of the economic development. And the only way was to get into the entrepreneurial sector. So when the FCFTA started, it was the best vehicle for us to jump into, but it was a very, as you all know, it's very new, and so it was perfect for us to learn about it. So the Africa Women in Trade is actually practicing the AFCFTA, so that means intra-trade. So for us to be able to really come up with a service enabler of trade, we had to go to the women and ask them. So we are purely digitally, so you only find us online on Facebook and WhatsApp, and those are the area we function, and we have so many women here. And the whole idea is to, even for me, the first time, and every one of you, I'll ask you to do that right now on Google. I wanted to have African Women in Trade, right? So I have to Google, right? Because I have to make sure that nobody else has that name. Funny enough, Africa that time had all the names open for everyone, and be lucky in Germany, I'm able to have a domain name, which is the first thing you should do immediately you come up with a name. And I would say that because most of my members, and I'm sure, I'm 100% sure 8 or 60% of all of you here, your name, you have not given the domain name over the digital world. And that's the first place you should go. Because as soon as your name is already out, it will disappear. In fact, there are systems that try to see whether you're in, and they'll buy your domain, and you have to buy it from them or change your name. So most of you here value-adding products because most of the products are either cassava. Cassava, you cannot do so much with some of the products, but you're value-adding. So the whole idea when we started, so the women came in, and we have 4 very strong pillars. And she's one of my members, and I loved what she said. The first one was information sharing. That's what they told us. We did a research. Because I come from Kenya, and I only know about Kenya. And if I'm going to approach the Africa continent, I need to know what is the problem of the women. What problem am I solving? I'm an impact-driven person. I don't do something that doesn't have an impact. And so the 4 pillar was information sharing. They didn't even know what is AFCFTA. Until today, we are still singing this song in so many women. Even here, I'm sure this is the first time. I've already given 1 or 2 people the name of AFCFTA, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, what it means to them. And then that's when the trouble starts with the IP. So you want to come out from your country now, which is safe, and you want to go straight to the neighboring country. Do you know how to protect your brand? And so these are the issues that started. So we have information sharing and market access, which was #1. Actually, the women never asked for money. And being in the diaspora, you know, every time you receive a phone call, and my friend will also confirm, it's always about money, right? So in my list, money was not an issue because most of these organizations have done the work to prepare your brand. And throughout the COVID, I spent one-to-one meeting with people with showing me their products. So I said, what products do you have? Can you show me? And that's where the risk starts, right? They start showing you, and they said very clearly today, everybody is very bubbly and we are so out giving up information, but without knowing, you need to protect it. If I was not somebody protecting my people, I could have taken advantage with so many products that people, and you can see what the risk we are putting the women out there, especially when you say Africa considered a free trade area, the women products at highest risk to be taken. And the first product, and I have it here, and I told about the leather bag. Beautiful bag. I forget every time to bring here. The logo is beautiful, and I need to bring it to Europe. I knew for sure this one will be stolen. And I told her, have you protected or anything? It's so beautiful. You should see her logo, right? And she designed it herself. And you know, you need to protect also everything within the colors. And it's the digital space where you should start going into, but people don't know this because this is so new for Africa. They're getting into the digital space, but it's a very, very scary space, and that's where I am working in. And before I even work with the women, I have to find out what are your products, have you protected it? And another example, because I like to give you more example, my dear friend here, we had an expo in Cape Town, and you see the flyers as well there, and we met the women in person. So finally they showed me their products, and we wanted to meet them in person now, because it's an emerging market, risky market in Africa. Everybody says that, so you have to go and see the product yourself and see, are they telling you the real thing? And I'm impressed the women products were exactly the same way. But we had to follow up after that. I have to have one-to-one meetings, finding out the product. And once we looked at one of the product of the member, and I told you, this name is so nice. Have you Googled? Have you seen that you own it? And we do it practically with them online on Zoom. And I told her, no, your name, exactly this, I see it in another country, that site. I don't see yours coming up. Do you have a domain name for this? So we actually immediately, quickly had to create a domain. Creating a domain name on the server is actually free or very cheap. In each country have different way of doing it, and it's not the most expensive. It's one of the cheapest to start with. And I encourage all of you to do that in that sense. So I just encourage you to look at the brochures there. So our 4 pillars, as I mentioned, is market access. At the moment, it's our highest number. And that's why we are here, because I cannot do market access, or nobody's going to do business with you if you don't have your products protected in Europe. And also, even the intra-trade is possible, but you also still have to protect them. Yeah.
So thank you so much, Joy, for sharing your experience. I'm stealing your microphone for the ease of communication. So to capture what you said, okay, IP protection in the local market where you are based. Also in digital marketplace, having your own website, domain name established, which is also going under your branding strategy, and as the very first step to establish your business, to identify as an identity for your own business so that you can differentiate your product and services in the market, and also going beyond a local market, doing the regional trade in Africa, or going to the international market, EU, elsewhere. So yeah, thank you so much. I think everyone, you address all your points. Maybe I can take maximum 2 questions from the audience. If you have any questions to the panelists, because we are just, yeah, please. Yeah, please. If you can hand over the microphone, maybe. Oh, okay. It's okay, you and then we go to you.
Good morning,
if you can
good evening.
Introduce yourself and then, yeah.
Okay, good evening everyone. Oui, je vais parler en français parce que ça sera beaucoup plus simple pour tout le monde. Moi, c'est Anne-Jessica Lumeto, je suis du Congo-Brazzaville et je suis la CEO fondatrice de Biotropique Santé. Biotropique Santé est basée sur l'objectif de développement durable 3, sur la santé et le bien-être, et notre vision, en fait, c'est de contribuer à la réduction du taux de mortalité pour les maladies métaboliques, c'est-à-dire en insérant des plantes médicinales dans notre alimentation quotidienne. Pour l'instant, nous produisons des jus thérapeutiques, comme je les appelle, donc des jus comme le bissap ou le gingembre, mais avec du curcuma, de l'ail ou autres plantes médicinales qu'on appelle couramment alicaments. Ok. Et donc moi j'ai commencé cette aventure parce que moi-même j'ai eu de gros soucis de santé. Donc je me suis un peu reconnue dans l'histoire de la dame. Là j'ai eu de gros soucis de santé et j'avais fait un gros burn-out qui m'a obligée à changer en fait de style de vie. Et j'ai dû arrêter de travailler pendant une année entière. À la base je suis ingénieure télécom. Donc ayant arrêté de travailler pendant une année, j'ai pris des bonnes habitudes alimentaires, je faisais du sport et tout. Mais quand il s'est agi de reprendre le service, je savais que j'aurais plus le temps en fait de faire ma cuisine, de faire tout ça comme je le faisais. Et donc j'ai cherché une solution pour continuer à bénéficier des bienfaits de ces plantes médicinales que j'avais découvertes pendant cette période. Et ça aboutit à un jus, notre premier jus qu'on appelle Elim, que j'ai fait breveter au niveau de l'OAPI, parce qu'au bout de 6 mois, je pense, après la création de l'entreprise, nous avons remporté un concours international qui faisait que je devais aller dans une compétition en Allemagne. Donc, et j'avais eu la grâce d'avoir une femme entrepreneur qui est du domaine justement de la protection industrielle, qui a attiré mon attention sur le fait que je ne pouvais pas partir en Allemagne sans avoir protégé mon produit, ainsi de suite. Donc c'est bien ce que j'ai fait. Et bon, ça m'a rassurée, mais concrètement, aujourd'hui, j'étais très intéressée d'être invitée à cette conférence parce que concrètement, aujourd'hui, je n'arrive pas vraiment à rentabiliser cet investissement. Ce que je veux dire, c'est que chaque année, je paye les droits de la propriété intellectuelle sur mon brevet, ça, il n'y a pas de souci, mais je n'en ressens pas tellement l'impact financier dans mon business. Donc, la question, c'est de savoir, oui, voilà, okay, comment on fait. Ça, c'est le premier point. Deuxième point, je suis aussi parallèlement secrétaire dans l'association. J'ai un poste de secrétariat lié à l'éducation dans l'association des tradis praticiens de mon pays, parce que l'idée, c'est de pouvoir valoriser les recettes traditionnelles dans le domaine de la santé. Et donc, ma question, c'est de savoir, en fait, toutes ces recettes que nous avons, parce que tout à l'heure, la dame parlait de ça, un peu des savoirs traditionnels qui se transmettent. Toutes ces recettes que nous avons, c'est quoi le process pour les protéger? Et surtout, tout à l'heure, la dame a parlé des coûts. Les tradis praticiens, chez nous, c'est des personnes qui souvent ont des revenus très faibles. Comment on fait pour avoir, par exemple, une licence de groupe? Je ne sais pas si ça existe au niveau de la propriété intellectuelle, mais en tout cas qu'un groupe puisse avoir des prix préférentiels ou autres, en tout cas, pour réduire les coûts. On est en train de me presser, donc je pense que c'est la dernière question. Oui, mon dernier point, c'est par rapport aux produits que nous avons déjà. Je crois savoir que le produit ne peut être breveté que s'il est complètement nouveau sur le marché. Or, la plupart d'entre nous, nos produits sont déjà plus ou moins sur le marché. Est-ce que ça veut dire que ces produits-là, on ne peut plus jamais les breveter, ou bien il y a un moyen de rattraper la chose, et si oui, comment ça se passe? Merci beaucoup.
So, any of the panelists you want to answer, maybe? You want to answer? Vous voulez répondre? Okay, I think. Okay, apparently I have to. Okay, I will. We can talk further details afterwards. But as I mentioned this morning, the very first step within your business is audit and search. You have to analyze what you have to identify what IP right could be applicable. In case you are mentioning that if I understood correctly in French, if it's not new and there are some other similar products in the market, how would you like to protect this? Is it like a slight or major improvement to the existing product in the market? How much it is different from other products, and if it is protectable under patent, or you can still continue with your own trademark and your brand, but using some other means, like as I mentioned today, contractual framework. If you have a special know-how, for example, for planting the plants or seeding the you know, like, I don't know, like working on the seeds, or using the collective tools, like collective within an association, collective tools such as collective mark or GIs based on the country that you are based in, if, for example, there is a GI mechanism already in place or not. But again, I emphasize, you have to first do the analysis to see what is appropriate for you in the location that you are based in and according to the market that you would like to work in. So we can discuss this in further details during the break so that we can take maybe another one question and we close this session. So many. 1, 2. The last question? Okay, so we are running out of time, but no worries, we still have time, 2 more days to discuss. We are there. You can come to me in the break, we can all discuss and interact with each other. Thank you so much, the wonderful, amazing ladies here. Merci beaucoup. And yeah, so thank you everyone. Sorry, we have to squeeze all the information all together, so we are running out of time.
We are going to start the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, we are going to start the next session. Excuse me. Ladies, thank you. Yeah, we're going to start. We are not doing well on time. So let's try to improve. You know, the motto is we should be on continuous improvement. So let's try to catch up. So the next session is an overview of the global IP protection system for marks. It's the basic introduction to marks as IP right for branding and marketing of agribusiness product. So to catch up on time, I'm not going to describe what it means. The presenters are going to do that for us. So I'm going to call upon the first speaker. The first speaker is going to present online. That's my colleague, Debbie, presenting from Geneva. Miss Debbie Roning. She's the director of the Madrid Legal Division of WIPO. If the technical team can put the presentation of Debbie, and probably if we can see her if it's possible. Yeah, we can see the presentation. Debbie, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. We can hear you very well here.
Perfect.
So the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much. And maybe we can move to the next slide.
Next.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to be part of this regional conference on intellectual property for women in agribusiness. One slide back, please. I will give you some information about the Madrid system and its main features, and also some information on how this may help to boost your business. If you already have a business and you're selling products under a trademark, then you need to make sure that you have the exclusive right to this mark in your home market. To register your mark, contact your local IP office and they will assist you. If you're exporting your products abroad, then you also need to make sure that you have protection of your mark in the countries you are exporting to in your export markets. And to protect your mark abroad, you have three options. You can protect your mark directly with the IP office of each country you're interested in, and this is what we call the direct route. You can also register your mark through a regional system, and where your mark will be registered there, it will be protected in the full territory of that regional organization. For example, if you seek protection in the European Union through the EU IPO, the registration of your mark will cover the whole European Union, all 27 countries. And where you seek protection of your mark, for example, in WIPO, it will cover the protection that will be in the full territory of that organization, which is 17 countries. The third option is the international route, the Madrid system, where it is possible to protect your mark in up to 130 countries. And which of these options would be your best option depends on whether you have a connection with a member of the Madrid system and also where your export markets are. For example, if you only want to protect your mark in Rwanda, you should seek protection directly with the IP office of Rwanda. If you only want protection of your mark in WIPO, then seek protection directly with WIPO. But if you want to protect your mark in various countries in different regions of the world, or you have a plan to export to further countries in the near future, then the Madrid system may be your best option. And we like to call the Madrid system a one-stop shop for trademark holders to obtain and maintain protection of their marks in export markets. Next slide, please. So here you can see some examples of trademarks that are owned by women and protected under the Madrid system. These examples show brands owned by well-known women like Oprah, J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, designers Victoria Beckham and Stella McCartney, as well as two brands owned or driven by women from the region, namely Musimbi, which is from Zambia, and Angelique's Finest from Rwanda. So should you decide to use the Madrid system, you will be in good company. Next slide, please. So in a nutshell, you would need to have a connection with a member of the system to use this. And this connection could be through your nationality, your domicile, or where you have your place of business. You would also need to have a basic mark, and this is a trademark filed with or registered with your local IP office. When you have such connection with a member and you have a basic mark by the IP office of that member, you can use the Madrid system. So you can file one international application in one language, English, French, or Spanish. You send the application to the office where you have the connection, and this will be called your office of origin. The office of origin will check your international application and forward this to WIPO. And you can pay the fees directly to WIPO in Swiss francs. And the fees will be a basic fee and the fees for the members you designate. So in your international application, you can designate as many of the members as you would like. And you can designate up to 129 countries if you'd like. You cannot designate your country of origin, but there's no need for that because you already have your basic mark here. When WIPO will receive the application from your office of origin, we will examine this and register this. And we will also inform the offices of the members you have designated. These designated members will examine your mark and make their decision on the scope of protection in line with their national legislation, by granting protection or refusing. If one office would refuse protection, that decision will have no impact on the decision to be made by the other members you designate. And even if you should receive a refusal from a designated member, you can still contest this directly before the IP office concerned. You do not need to appoint a local attorney in the countries you designate at the time of filing. It is only where you would receive a refusal and you would like to contest this before the office concerned, that is the time that you might need to appoint a local attorney or agent to assist you. So with one international registration, you will have one international registration number and one renewal date. And this registration can contain protection in multiple countries. The protection period is unlimited, really. You can renew your registration every 10 years, forever. The oldest mark that we have in the Madrid system that is still alive is from 1893, and this is for the Swiss watch brand Longines. This registration is being renewed every 10 years. With the centralized management feature of the Madrid system, it is easy for you to later manage your international registration. This means that if you should move to a new business address or change your name, you record these changes directly with WIPO. If you want to renew your registration after 10 years, you renew this also directly with WIPO. So WIPO will record any changes and renewal and inform all the members covered by your registration. The Madrid system has a feature that is especially beneficial for small and medium-sized enterprises. And this will allow you to start small. You can, for example, start by designating 2 or 3 countries. And as your business grows, you can later add more countries onto your existing international registration. So you can expand the geographical scope of your registration in line with the growth of your business. On this slide, you can also see a map of our members. So all the countries marked in red means that they're members of the Madrid system. So if any of your export markets are among those countries, then Madrid might be a good option for you. You can also see that that map needs more color. We need more members in Latin America, in Africa, in the Arab region, and in Asia Pacific. And this will be coming in the near future. We are currently working with South Africa. We're also working with Qatar and Saudi Arabia in the Arab region. And in Asia and Pacific, we're working with Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and Tonga. Next slide, please. This shows briefly the procedure for obtaining protection through Madrid. So stage 1 involves with the applicant having a connection with a member, having a basic mark, and filing the application through the Office of Origin. The Office of Origin will examine this, certify, and send this to WIPO. Stage 2 is simply WIPO doing its formal examination, and where everything is fine, it will record the changes, record international registration, send you the certificate, and notify the members you have designated. And in stage 3 is the designated members performing their substantive examination in line with the national legislation. to grant protection of your mark or issue a refusal. And remember, even if you should receive a refusal, you can still contest this before that office concerned. Next slide, please. If you want to learn more about the Madrid system, I invite you to visit our website, which has lots of useful information for you, and everything is free of charge, of course. You can attend webinars, you can check out recent ones, you can listen to podcasts, and subscribe to Madrid News. I have now reached the end of my very brief introduction of Madrid to you, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie, for your so informative presentation. And because of lack of time, we are going to put the question together and probably send them to you so that we can proceed with the presentation. As it is in the program, Debbie was supposed to start last because we're starting with the local protection, regional and international. And you've noted that we've started with international one. So let's go to the regional one. So I'm going to call upon Marika Neng Sei. C'est la directrice technique à l'OAPI, the head of technical bureau at OAPI, c'est l'Organisation africaine de la propriété intellectuelle. La parole est à vous, Marie.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are we tired? Yeah. For sure. Okay. I'm delighted to speak at this meeting, which makes a pride of place to women. I'm Marie Meking Seyi from the African Intellectual Property Organization, and we'd like to share with you the trademark practice in this office. My slide, please. Sorry for that. Can you continue? The next slide, please. Okay, as I said, I'm going to share with you the trademark practice in my office, which is the African Intellectual Property Organization, OAPI. For that, I propose to you this overview of my presentation. First, I'm going to make a small introduction. Then after, I've talked to you about the trademark protection before the OAPI, including the presentation of the office itself, and we talk about trademark, what is trademark, and what is a GI, and then we talk about the procedures, how to file, and how to register a trademark. Then after this first point, the second point will be the importance and the advantages of the registration of a trademark within the OAPI territory. Next, please. It's recognized that the world has become a global market. And for this reason, product should be differentiated. It's good to differentiate products, but it's far way better to benefit from this differentiation. That's why in the OAPI territory, we have on one side some subject matters that protect invention, like patents, utility models, plain variety certificates, and on the other side, the distinctive signs like trademarks and geographical indications. As part of this presentation, we are going to focus on the distinctive signs, especially trademarks and geographical indications. Next slide, please. So the first point of my presentation is to talk about the trademark protection within or before OAPI. So before we tackle this subject, I would like to present you briefly the OAPI, which is the African Intellectual Property Organization, which is an intergovernmental institution of IP in Africa that brings together 17 countries in West and Central Africa and in the Indian Ocean. Slide, please. Thank you. As you can see on the map, the 7 countries that make the OAPI territory are there. So, this organization was created on September 13, 1962, and is based, the headquarters is in Yaoundé, Republic of Cameroon. What are the characteristics of this system, of the OAPI system? The OAPI system is characterized by the Bangui Agreement, that is the uniform legislation for all the 17 member countries. Then, again, this agreement set up a common office, that is the OAPI, that is based in Yaoundé, as I said, and all the procedures are centralized, and one application is filed either directly at the headquarters in Yaoundé or in one of the member states to the ministry in charge of industry in that member state. Also, all the titles that are granted by OAPI are valid throughout the whole territory. It means that throughout the 17 member states. And there are no national system, like in Agribusiness, for example. We have only one office for the 17 countries. And also, the system complies with all the international conventions governing IP, and the civil and penal action relating to intellectual property are brought before the courts of the different member states. Next slide, please. Okay, this said, we are going now to enter our subject. What is a trademark? According to the Bangui Agreement, in its Annex 3, a trademark is a visible or audible sign which is used or intended to use and is capable of distinguishing the goods or service of any moral or legal person. That's the definition of the Bangui Agreement. And now, what type of signs can be recognized as trademarks? You have them in the Bangui Agreement, or again, you have denominations in all their forms, such as word, combination of words, short names, letters, and numerals. You also have figurative signs, such as drawings, labels, scenes, holograms, shapes, logo, and so on. You also have audible signs, such as sounds and musical phrases. And at the end, you have audiovisual signs, which are new in the Bangui Agreement, and you have also a series of signs. Next slide, please. Now, we can say that a mark can be individual or collective. You have here an example of an individual mark. There are two individual marks that you have there on the board. Then you have also a collective mark. And what is the collective mark? A collective mark shall consist of the mark, products, and services whose conditions of use are laid down in the approved by the competent authority and which may be used only by public enterprises, by unions or group of unions or associations, by a group of producers, manufacturers, craftsmen, provided that they are officially recognized and have a legal personality. Then these definitions lead us to make a small incursion into another distinctive sign neighboring the trademarks, that is the geographical indication. Slide, please. So, according to the Bangui Agreement, in its Annex 6, an geographical indication serves to identify a product as originating from a place, a region, or a country, in those cases where the quality, reputation, or other specific characteristics of the product may be essentially attributed to such geographical origin. By products, we understand any natural, agricultural, craft, or industrial product. And by producers, we understand by farmers, manufacturers of products, craftsmen, industry, processors of natural or agricultural products, or other person who trades with such products. Now, this review. Yes. It's good to be noted that if you want to register your trademark, if it is containing or imitating a GI, the Bangui Agreement says that you cannot register such a trademark. So your trademark you want to register should not contain a geographical indication. Next, please. Yes, I was saying that if you want to protect register a trademark, and if this trademark contains a geographical indication, the Bangui Agreement says that you cannot protect. We are going to refuse such a protection because it should not include a geographical indication. For example, we have a white paper from Penja in Cameroon. So a trademark should not contain the word white paper from Penja. If you want to register your trademark, it should not contain such words, white paper from Penja. Next, please. Please. No, you are going forward. Come backward, please. Yes, it's okay. Now, if you have a product that which has qualities or reputation or characteristics like smell, taste, or color that are linked to its geographical origin, it's indicated for you to get it protected by the geographical indication, not by trademark. Then this protection brings to you added value to the product, and it will help you to increase your market value of the products, and then it permits you to enhance its reputation and to make it known beyond the borders. And also, it will help to contribute to the economic development of the locality. For example, in Benin, you have oil from Agolid. That locality is already very developed because of the GI that has come from that place. And the GI also, the protection also assure consumers about the quality and the authenticity of the products. Now, how do you do to file your geographical indication? The procedure is a bit lengthy because you have to start by administrative procedure by the government of the Republic of the member state in which territory the product is originating, and then the labeling will come through OAPI later on. Next, please. We are running out of time, and I'm just going to show you some samples of the geographic indications that have already been protected by OAPI. You have the white pepper from Penza in Cameroon, the Agolin oil from Benin, you have white honey from Cameroon also, and you have Baoulé fabric from Côte d'Ivoire. Next. Now let's come back to the trademark. How to file a trademark within OAPI? We have two different routes to file a trademark. It should be through national original route or through the international route via the Madrid protocol. Now, through the national route, you have to file an application directly with the office in Yaoundé or through the ministry in charge of industry in all the member states. Now, we are not going to dwell on the content of the application. It can be found in the Bangui Agreement because of time. Next, please. This is the content of the application. It can be found in the Bangui Agreement, as I said. Time is against us, please. Next. Now, this international route via the Madrid protocol. Here, OAPI can be acting as an office of origin, as the last speaker just said, or OAPI can also be acting as a designated contracted party. As an office of origin, if you have already filed with OAPI, or if your trademark is already registered, you can decide to extend the effects of your protection abroad. Meaning that you have to file an international application that is going to be deposited at OAPI, and OAPI is going to examine to do the certification before transmitting to the International Bureau of WIPO. And when OAPI is acting as a contract, designated party contractee, it means that the applications where OAPI, in which OAPI was designated, are going to come to OAPI through the International Bureau of the WIPO. Then after, the international application is treated according to the Bangui regulations and rule. Please. Let's just go quickly first to talk about the importance and the advantages of the registration. Now, the Bangui agreement says that it's not compulsory to get your trademark registered, but it's very important for the reasons that are there on the board. They are in the Bangui agreement, the rights conferred by the registration. You can find them in the Bangui agreement. We are going to, please. Time is against us. We are just going to learn now on the advantages of the trademark protection. Now, why should you protect your trademark? There are so many advantages, but these are the ones that I've gathered for you. The first one is that the protection gives you a competitive advantage by differentiating your products or services so that competitors do not use the same trademark to design the same products or services. The other advantage is that this protection gives you a permission to fight against counterfeiting, which is the violation of your IP rights. Now, if your trademark is already registered, it prevents exploitation by third parties, and they cannot unpunishedly use your application, your trademark, please. And the other advantages are that the registered trademark is an asset, and for such, it can generate income, like assignment, which is a transfer of the property by sales, or you can license your trademark and you receive royalties, and it helps you also to expand into new markets. You can also pledge it as a trademark, as a collateral to help you obtain, for example, loans. So also with the return on investments, it allows you to develop the company and sustain itself on the market. Okay, to end with, I will just say that the trademark has a considerable economic importance, and it is binding on companies. Now, the Bangui agreement protects a large scale of sign as trademarks. Then it's better for you, before you use a trademark, to choose the sign that is accompanying your business, your agribusiness products and services, to order to create and maintain a competitive advantage on your company, and to finance its activities and to capture products. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie Makeng. Thank you for the participant from West Africa, member of OIPE. That was for you. And if you have questions, please talk to her during the networking sessions pour que vous puissiez avoir tous les détails sur la protection qu'elle a décrit avec elle. West and Central Africa. Thank you for the correction. No, I won't. Thank you for alerting me. At this time, we are going to talk of the other part, the Agribusiness, covering the English-speaking countries. Please, I don't know if you are aware that there is, in Africa, there is OIPE, pour les francophones, and Agribusiness for the anglophone. Protecting, and they will give you the difference between the two, because there is a difference. And I'm going to call upon John Kagwa, patent examiner, actually expert in telecoms and IP. So he has both hats, and due to the time, maybe if you could take us through in 10 minutes, and yeah, and the difference between the two. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Just like my friend, Mr. Blaze, I've never been in presence of so many ladies like this. So it's an excitement for me. But I'm the only boy in my family, so I'm used to it. I grew up with sisters and so many aunties, so I feel at home. So I will add on what the two previous speakers have shared with you, what Ms. Debbie shared with you, the international route of trademark protection. Then also I will add to Mrs. Seyi, to differentiate between our two regional systems. So in Africa, we do have two registration systems at the regional level. We do have WIPO, mainly for the French-speaking countries, and we have WIPO, which was initially for the English-speaking countries, but now it's open to all countries in Africa, which are members of the African Union. So at the moment, we have both English-speaking countries and also Portuguese-speaking countries. If you could go on to the next slide. So what a trademark is has already been defined by the previous speakers. It's a sign, it's a symbol, it's a logo that you use on your goods or for your services to differentiate yourself in the marketplace. So, and I know all of us have trademarks. I've seen several trademarks on the tables. However, I've also made, I've noticed that I couldn't identify the brand name or the distinctive trademark on some products. I noticed that on some products, the type of product, let's say, I don't want to mention it, but let's say milk was standing out more than the actual brand name. So it's very important that when you're putting these trademarks on your packaging, on your goods, that the brand name has to stand out, because it's important when a customer is recommending to another friend, it should be easy for them to remember the name, and also when customers come to the shops and the supermarkets, they should be able to identify the different products by their brand names. You could move on to the next slide. Next slide. Okay. So WIPO was established in 1976, and at the moment we do have 22 member states. As I said, it was initially for the English-speaking countries, but later on, it was opened up to all African countries. So at the moment, you can see the map. We have 22 member states, and we call this the WIPO region. When you're seeking protection, we call those countries as a combination the WIPO region. So focusing on trademarks, the protocol that gives us the powers to register on behalf of our member state is called the Banjul Protocol. At the international level, you have noticed we have the Madrid Agreement, which helps with international registration of trademarks at an international level. So also at the regional level, we have different protocols. These are legal frameworks, more like laws, which give us the power to register IP rights on behalf of the member states. So for Banjul Protocol, at the moment we have 13 member states. You can see them on your right. We have Botswana, Cape Verde, Eswatini, and the rest. So when you file with us for trademark protection, you can get protection in, you can select some of those countries, or you can select all the countries, depending on which countries you're seeking, which countries you're looking at for market. So if your product is probably going across several countries, you can look at the countries and select most of them or all of them. So we are talking about crossing borders. The regional system is different from the national system in a way that it gives you regional protection. The national IP registration only gives you protection in that country where you have filed for trademark protection. So that's one main difference between the regional system and the national system. So if someone is interested in getting protection in several countries, ideally they will have to move to every single country seeking for protection, filing a trademark application. And that can be costly because you'll have to get IP agents or IP lawyers who will help you to file for trademark protection in all these countries. So the regional system is there to help businesses whose market goes beyond your country of origin so that you can easily get protection for your trademark with one single application. If you could move on to the next slide. So this is briefly the trademark registration procedure at WIPO. An applicant files a trademark application. You can do this online, and actually most of our applications come in online, and we give a discount for applications which come in online. Most of our applications where applicants come in physically, it's mostly for the Zimbabweans because that's where our headquarters are based. But other applications come through the online system. So you can file an application online or by courier or by email with our office. Then you have to satisfy certain requirements. You have to pay some fees. If you are not within the WIPO region, then you have to have an IP agent to represent you. So there are certain requirements that you have to fulfill when it comes to filing an application. So we receive this application. It undergoes through formalities examination. We check if the formalities requirements have been fulfilled. Things like payment of fees, if the application, if the applicant is represented by an IP attorney, if there are powers of attorney. So there are certain requirements that we look at, and when the application is in order, it moves on to substantive examination. Substantive examination is to determine if actually your trademark qualifies for protection. So a trademark can only qualify for protection if it is not similar to other existing registered trademarks. So it has to be distinctive. That's a requirement by most of, it's a requirement for trademark registration. It has to be distinctive. And also that part of being distinctive, it helps a trademark to stand out. It gives it a competitive advantage. And it shouldn't be descriptive. So you cannot have a trademark like tasty pineapple. That's a bit descriptive. You have to add something so that you differentiate yourself from other products on the market. So once it has undergone substantive examination where the member states tell us if actually this trademark is, it has satisfied all the requirements, it moves on to publication and registration, which is done at WIPO. Then some fees have to be paid for registration. Once your trademark is registered, you have protection for 10 years. You have protection for 10 years, and it can be renewed indefinitely, every other 10 years, once you pay renewal fees. And the average processing time is 12 months from the time of filing to the time of registration. If you could move on to the next slide. So the advantages of the WIPO trademark registration system, it's cost effective. It's cost effective because you file one single application and then it gives you protection in several countries. So as mentioned earlier on, if you are a business person, you need to ask yourself, do I see myself having market beyond my country? Do I see myself, do I see my product having market in several countries in Africa? So by answering those questions, it helps you to determine which route to take. You can start with the national route to protect yourself at the national level. Then later on, go for the regional route, which gives you protection in several countries. Or you can also directly start with the regional route with one country or two countries, and later on, when your business starts expanding to several other countries, you can always add on those other countries under your trademark. So you can start with a few countries and then add other countries, or you could actually register in all the countries at once. So it's cost effective. It helps the businesses to reduce on their costs, like the fees for the IP agents. These fees are sometimes costly for small businesses. If you want protection in several countries, it would be best that you go for the regional route. And it also allows for multi-class application. So with the trademark registration, every trademark that you register, you have to register it in a certain field of goods. So if you have like a product in the field of agriculture, it will be registered under a class of agricultural products. So it's only protected in that class. If you want to protect it in other classes, let's say for chemicals or something else, you will have to protect it in those classes as well. So you will find that in some countries, for every class, it has to be a single application. However, at Agripo, you can use one trademark application to protect in several classes, in all the classes of goods that you want to register. So also that's an advantage. Then also it, for the businesses which want protection at a regional level, it helps you to centralize your IP portfolio. Like it's easy to follow up with your IP rights. You'll only be dealing with one office. You don't have to deal with different offices. Every time you want to renew, it will be very simple for you to just deal with one office. It's convenient for individuals and businesses seeking protection in several countries within the African region. Let's move on to the next slide. So here I do have a few examples of trademarks. The previous speakers elaborated very well the importance of protecting a brand name, and we are all aware of the importance. So here I will not, because of time, I will not go through the details. I just wanted to give one example, the one on the right where you see the two bottles. So there's a lady in Kenya who developed spices for food. She started her business with that trademark, Chibundiro. I don't know if there are any Kenyans here who know this product. So she was a university lady. She started that business, and her business has expanded. So now she has moved to spices for tea. And she's actually using the same trademark, but with different designs and branding colors. But the reputation the product has already gained in the market will help her to market the new tea product. So it helps you to gain a reputation in the marketplace, and also if you want to roll out a new product, it will be very easy for you. So I thank you for your audience. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for professionally keeping time and at the same time giving us most of the information we have. And I hope he really summarized the whole thing, the difference between the two organizations and the value addition they are bringing to the table. And I'm just learning. It is new now. It's open for the whole of Africa, can register, can be a member of Agripo. So we go to the last speaker, We have covered the international protection, the regional protection. Now we're going to go to the national route. I'm going to call for Mrs. Yvette Tumukunde. Tumukunde is the registration analyst at the Rwanda Development Board, RDB. A hand for Yvette. And I'll ask Yvette if she can compress the presentation as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Don't worry. Mine will last like 5 minutes. They have covered a big part, right? Good afternoon. I know the day has been very long. We are very tired. We'll make sure that mine will be very, very brief, right? So I'm Yvette Tumukunde. As he mentioned, I work at RDB. So this is my home. Welcome to Rwanda once again. Hope you are enjoying. If not, let me know. We'll plan something, right? So let's just move on to my presentation. I'll just be skipping the bigger part of it because it's been covered. If you can just go to the next. While they are, going to the part that I want to cover, I want to ask you just one question. Have you ever tried to register a trademark and then you find yourself, or you think that you did everything right, but later on you got a refusal notice from the IP office? Question, do you have ever had that experience? Yes. Did they give you a reason why they have refused it? Yes. Because? Similar names? All? Okay. All? And now you know the reason why. If you are in the business, you need to know how to come up with a very good trademark, right? I just wanted to talk about it a little bit, and then we'll talk a little bit about how you can protect your trademark, mostly in Rwanda, because this is, the local market. And yeah, just a few minutes. If you can just go to the next. Next. Okay, next. It's okay. So maybe I will talk about it while he's still. Yeah. So maybe to know about how to come up with to come up with a very good trademark. You've heard the term distinctiveness, right? So, which means that your trademark need to be, next please, need to be very unique so that it will help your product to stand out, right? So that the consumers won't be confused or will be able to find it easily. So if your trademark is very unique, trust me, it will be protected. If you just, next. I think this part is being covered. That is why. Yes, we are talking about a trademark being unique. If you are imitating someone, for example, we have, I think by the time you leave Rwanda, you know this trademark Inyanje because you'll be consuming this product a lot. So imagine that you want to do the same product, but you see, if Inyanje is popular, maybe what if I can just maybe remove one, maybe I can call it Inyanji or Inyanga, to make sure that people will just pick my product because this product has been very popular, So we call it riding someone's reputation. So it will not be registered. You need to make sure that it is very unique so that you can register it. Next. So these are a few examples of how you can formulate your trademark in a sense that it can be protected. For example, you can come up with your own words, like something that it is very unique. It has nothing to do with an existing word, for example, Kodak. Or you come up with something your own. That one too will be protected. Or you can use for example, Inyanji in Rwanda is a dove. But if you are using it for water, it is unique, because you can't really let it to water. That one can be protected. But let's say if you have lemon juice and you are calling it lemon juice, are you expecting it to be protected? Is it really very unique? That is why if you want to protect your trademark, make sure that it is unique, right? So once you have you have come up with a very unique trademark, what to do next, please? Next, please. And then you have to register it. So if you can just go back to, okay. So in Rwanda, we do have 2 steps. We do have trademark search to make sure that you don't have, to wait all this long then to find out that your trademark has been refused. So we have a trademark search. It will help you to know if your trademark will be able to be registered or not, and then we can advise you. So if then your trademark is okay, you can now proceed with filing, and then we do examination to check if your trademark is distinctive. And then we publish it, and then we register it. The whole process takes 3 months. I don't know in your respective countries how long does it take, but for us, we make sure that at least 3 months, And next, I don't know, but I want to just wrap up because I know a big part was being covered. Next, please. So I think they have covered this part. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So I don't know if they have covered this part because in Rwanda as well as in other countries, the protection is for 10 years and then you can renew it as you go. And then, it can last lifetime as long as you can be able to remember to renew it. So I think my 5 minutes are over. I hope you understood the process in Rwanda, and you have an idea how to come up with a very good trademark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yvette. Thank you very much for the local protection and the 5 minutes. We have, after here, if you follow the program, we have another session, actually 2 sessions after here. But I'm a very nice person. So I understand that you are very tired. You've been traveling. So we have coffee break outside. But before that, we need to give at least honor to the people we are going to jump out of the ship for their program for now. So before you go, I want you to have an idea of tomorrow, what you are going to get when you are fresh. Because themselves, they've requested that they want fresh people. So I'll call Precious to take exactly not more than 2 minutes just to alert you before we go for coffee break and close for the day. So 2 minutes from Precious.
Good afternoon. Let's stand, let's stand, let's stand, let's stand, let's stand. Come on, let's stand, let's stand. Everybody's tired in this room. Everybody's dying. Let's stand, let's stand, let's stand. Anybody with music? Somebody with music? Woo! Let's light up this place. Let's stand, let's stand, let's stand. Please, please, please. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not speaking today, by the way, I'm speaking tomorrow. I said I'm not going to talk to tired people. But today was a special day for you to understand everything you need to know about intellectual property. Is the music coming? I'm waiting for the music. Everything you need to know about intellectual property. Now, some of you were not listening. I saw that. I was observing. And that's not great, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And when you miss it, right, you miss the opportunity to grow your business in a sustainable manner. So I want to challenge you for tomorrow, because tomorrow's session, it's me and David. And we don't travel all the way from far, far away to come here for people to sleep and to go on their phones, yeah? So we want you at your very best tomorrow. We want you at your very best. What are we talking about tomorrow? So, hello? Hello? So what are we talking about tomorrow? You've learned about trademarks. But the question is, before you start paying money to protect a brand, is your brand worth protecting? Huh? Because we don't want to take a measly, weak little brand and start protecting it, and then it doesn't survive. So tomorrow we learn how to build strong, competitive brands. And so we're going to go through that process in a practical exercise. You're going to think about your business and go through piece by piece what is important and how do you build a sustainable and competitive brand. DJ, hit the music. Where's the music? Woo! Woo! Tomorrow. There's no music? Come on. Come on. Bevy, where's Bevy? David. Shh. Okay. We need a great African song, just so I can teach you a little dance move, and then we go. Okay, great.
Yeah, Jerusalem, maybe. Hi, everyone. You know, today I felt that there are not entrepreneurs in the room, because in my years of working with entrepreneurs, there's always that vibe, there's always that energy, but most of you are tired, maybe because of the flights. Some of you are fitting in, which we quite understand, which is why tomorrow what we are going to discuss is how can you use the IP, the trademarks, to make money for yourselves. Whilst the music is playing, we want you to make money. So we will discuss that tomorrow. So DJ, let the music flow. It's still Mother's Day today. So you are all mothers. Happy Mother's Day.
Prince azayiseseka igituza akagiseta abanza kwitunganya nibimufata umwanya. She knows me ndaho bagira abatuzi bakanseka banshaka ko tujyana we yabagitandira ngahitanirika sinjye winaniwe na warabizi iniga zamukoze magazine icyamukwereka monami. This bitch is bad as for me. Tinyo mukoko vukanda kaspi inigichunze naba yiryaku imihanda yose arayizi ndamutinya kandi si brave.
maneno tumeyazoea, vijineno tushazoea, wapenzi wangu mbaya, kwani nawahusu shepu yake mbaya, hivi nawahusu mtangaji malaya, waona wahusu nini, wamegusa babaya na mwaka huu lazima wachuchume, wameingia cha kike, wameingia cha kike, wameingia cha kike, wapenzi lefu cha kike.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've seen the other type of IP in dancing. The IP in dancing, it was the best. We need to protect all these dancers. So let's go. Yeah. I'm going to announce. So we are going for coffee break, but before, excuse me, communication for tomorrow. So we are going to start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Let's get here before 9 so we can address, the missing, because we need to cover this session of today, tomorrow. So let's be on time tomorrow. Excuse me. So we are going for coffee break, and let's meet here tomorrow before 9 o'clock. So if you are not here by 9, we'll start, and you'll be missing lots of things. So I wish you a great evening.